Just to spoon, to spoon you and no. Take the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get the news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moroccan, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Panjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you get my graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, but you got it.
From the CEO, stand coming with the spoon, and your boy right at the South Bend. Charges on the beat. To get your information, to the food to get my
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and no. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moroccan, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision.
Indeed, if you want to know what is happening in Monrovia, just turn to spoon.
If
you want to know what is happening in the ministries, you want to know what the policymakers are doing, just tune to spoon.
Yeah.
This is where we bring you the updates. This is where you get the news, the analysis, the views of Liberians. We make sure that irrespective of where you are, you can get the information in real time. So I'd like to welcome you. This is Spoon Talk. We're back on the radio, the first edition for the week. On this edition of Spoon Talk, we are live as always on Spoon 107.5 FM. We're live on Fabric Radio 101.1. You can find us on Super as well. And thanks to our affiliate stations across the different counties that are relaying the program, the Voice of Liberia is live as well with the program Spoon Talk. We want to say thanks to everyone joining us tonight, irrespective of where you are. My name is Nelson Collier, and Spoon Talk tonight promises to be very, very informative, an engaging show coming your way. So yes, We ask you to kindly share the program as you join us because we are live across our different social media handles. You can find us on Spoon TV on Facebook, Fabric TV on Facebook, and Super TV on Facebook. Those of you on YouTube, our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live, and I want to welcome everyone joining us tonight on this edition of the program. Well, as we always do, we dedicate the first segment of the program to you, to have you speak out on the different issues that are of concern to you. What is it you want to talk about? Is it about health, education? Is it about sanitation? Is it about the environment? Just anything that is of concern to you. You get to have the opportunity to speak out on those different issues here every single day. So I want to welcome you again to this edition of the program. The number 0555-101075 is the number to call, and you'll be live on Spoon Talk tonight. Just call in, be as savor as you can, and you can always express yourselves on the first segment of Spoon Talk. So let's go to the phone lines. Take your calls now. Again, the numbers to call 0555-101075. That's the number you can call tonight, and you'll be live on the program Spoon Talk. Again, please share the show as you join us. Just share the program. I see a lot of you have already started coming on. Daniel Tante, Francis, Wamempie, Ken, there's Ken, Kenel, thank you for joining us. Eddie Kawa, we appreciate you. Fumba Sese, thank you for joining us tonight. I see Per Kimber is here. Mana Kimber, thanks for joining us. Abraham Hina Kali, thanks for joining us tonight from Bowman County, the intellectual class. We appreciate you for joining us. Robert, that's Robert Gwekwe Senior. That's yeah. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate Peter Topa for coming on tonight. Dania Bunda, we appreciate you for coming on. I see Maurice Gussin, that's Moga Gussin, is here tonight from Conga Town. Eric Ken is joining us. Prince Baal is here tonight. Diamond David is joining us. So many of you coming on. We ask you to please share the show as you join us tonight. And it doesn't matter where you're joining us from. You can always share the program and share your thoughts here every single time. So welcome to the show. Let's go to the phone lines 0555-101075. That's the number to call. You'll be live. Hello.
Good evening, Elsie.
Yeah, hello. You're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Momo,
what's on your mind?
you get it, man?
I can hear you, sir. You are live on the show.
Okay. What's on my mind this evening? Lately this afternoon, I saw a post from Mr. Pelede, Representative Musa Pelede, claiming that Senate should not carry on hearing concerning the project because the House of Representatives are carrying on that process now. But later on, we saw reporter from Senator Dillon. I think Mr. Dillon or Senator Dillon respond with something, something he said in response to the Representative Ability. He said that Mr. Ability always want to be in the news, so gain popular sentiment, and always doing that misleading the Lafreniere people. I think Mr. Ability or Representative Ability says that once because of representative are hearing, the Senate can carry on its separate hearing.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
Then the Senate will previously hearing that they have just concord with them, so that the project can be passed on time.
Thank you for your input tonight. We appreciate you. We can't hold you on the line all day. We have to take others. Just make sure when you call it in, you can make your points as brief as possible so we get others to call in. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you're joining us from. Let's hear you.
Yeah, this is Matthew calling from Monrovia.
Matthew, you're live on the show. What's on your mind?
Yeah, Mr. Kule, what is on my mind is the advocated Senator, how you call it, Senator Eric Snow is carrying on for the civil servant. I'm concerned as to how the advocate is doing because he is not pursuing which level he wants for civil servant to be all right from the government budget from one level to another. He's just saying he ask civil servant money off from one point to another point he's talking about. So I'm concerned. I really want to know if the senator is serious and I'm wanting to be pursuing.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your input tonight. Keep your calls coming to 0555-101075. Hello, your name and where you calling from? This person, let's hear you. You're live on the show.
The news update, my brother turned to spoon. If you don't know what is happening in Barovia, nothing turned to spoon. Nothing. This is the voice of Sabu Rasta.
Oh, Sabu Rasta.
Yeah.
My man, but you know there's some power now.
Yeah. My man, let me eat it. My man, my man. I can feel. So if you want to know what happening, like, just turn to spoon.
Okay.
If you want to get a news update, nothing turn to spoon. Let's listen to spoon. Was spoon getting a in factual? You get me? Nothing. Any information that you get from spoon, brother, that information is authentic. We follow the information. So we won't give out it. So now you're looking at the amount that we're going to get so no on the spoon network. Before you get started, we make sure deeper. That's what I don't get done. Let me say, CEO, like a boss, I will ask 4.4. But nothing why it's on my mind. I want to say close to the Liberian people. Look, nothing with the Liberian people. No matter our political differences, and nothing we love Liberia.
Okay.
Let me tell you how we love Liberia, nothing. You see, Guinea-Bissau, nothing. Guinea-Bissau, they got independent in 1974 from Portugal. You got me? But since that independent as a nation, nothing, the people have experienced 4 coups d'etat. 4 coups d'etat. And can you imagine multiple coup attempts? They have attempted multiple times. But since the existence of Liberia, nothing, can you imagine, man, how country been peaceful?
Thank you.
Nothing happened.
Thank you, Sabu Rasta. We appreciate you.
Making sure putting Liberia first. Liberia first. No other thing but beside Liberia.
Oh, that's Sabu Rasta?
Yeah, Sabu Rasta.
Oh,
Sabu
what
Rasta.
happened on the man, son?
Yeah, on the line.
No, but CEO.
I'm a man, Sabu Rasta, my man. I'm a man.
Yeah, Sabu Rasta.
Sabu, what happened, my man? You saying the beginning of Samaria again?
Sabu, you can hear the CEO?
No, I ain't getting the CEO.
Okay, hold on, Sabu. Hold on, just hold on.
Yeah, hold on.
Okay.
Sabu.
Yeah.
But what happened? You saying the beginning of Samaria again?
No, CEO, I submitted the information to the CEO. Looking after the boy, you.
My man, you're scared, man. You're scared. We talk about Samaria, then you want to say the beginning of Jade school again?
No, CEO, you know what? The man we in Singapore 14th Street.
The man with who?
Eh?
Who the man with?
The man with entry my sister, they call Joseph, we are on 14th Street.
Oh, so you can go bomb all the children and kill them to your sister and you suffer again, right?
But CEO, you know, say, not easy, CEO, so now, but imagine CEO, I think hard to the same woman to take a problem.
So, Sabu, I told Nelson told me and I told him what to do, right, Nelson?
Yeah, everything is on course. We get the Sabu very soon.
Because Nelson got everything now. You got to meet with them, my man. Try to do this thing quickly now, Sabu.
CEO, I met with Nelson to the station. And I submitted all the requirements, CEO, so the person you can look down to.
Listen, it is approved. It is approved and granted. Just go and let them do the needful, man. Nelson and Dama waiting for you.
But you know, I know that you talk to do. You talk to do. Like I'm going to be the biggest CEO, the best CEO.
Sabu, don't get the CEO out, and the CEO already told you that we get things under control. So Diamond or I will reach to you in the next couple of days.
I mean, Sabu, when you coming outside, Sabu, I want you to come join the show, man. You fire.
CEO, you welcome anytime, CEO. The spoon network, I'm a network now. I want people to know that they show, like my show, I eating the show. Because CEO is the best presenter of our show. So I'm reading the show and not with CEO.
Sabu Raska, John Raska power. It's good to see you. Good to talk to you, Sabu. One love. Sabu Raska, man, I like that guy. I like him. I can't wait to see him though. But on a serious note, I think you anyway, you know what to do. I want to welcome everyone on me. Listen, Nassim.
Yes, sir.
I'm in Zico to that Nassim, right? Guess what I come from eating Nassim? Guess.
Potato greens. Potato greens.
No. I come from eating potato greens, my brother.
But
you don't know potato greens, my brother?
Cassava leaf?
No, man, I never eat cassava.
Oh, that water greens. Greens.
No, the flower sauce.
Okay.
Yeah, flower sauce, man. Say seriously. The thing is that it's so unique, yeah. I want to talk about food because you don't understand when I'm talking about food. Then my body doing double. Like Prophet Key can say. But I'm telling you, today, woo, it's a great day. We are grateful to God. Listen, this is the day the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Every day Fede Bala say coming to the church, he can't reach. My sister Babi Zena, wherever sister Babi Zena, what's up? I'm saying La Paz, good, listen. That's it. Don't bring anybody on yet. I want all the lectures more. What going on? Are people resigning from the political party then? They think I meant to everybody resigning?
Yeah.
Listen, people are resigning from political party. People tend to be I won't use the word. But what's going on? And you know, and somebody says, "See, how are you, Jeremiah Newville?" Jeremiah, is that your sister at how you call her? What's the place name? That's the road form. Jeremiah, whenever you say hi to me, I'm scared to talk to you because I think that your sister had no road form though. I'm scared to talk to you, Jeremiah. Clarence, what's up, my man? Morris Robert Jr. They call the person Sissy Cody. Sissy, you joining all too? Sissy joining also. The name is Brilliant Drizzy Miller. Ali Kamara is in the house. Mankula's son. Is that Kula Fufana or the other Mankula? Different Kula. Jared Taylor is here with us. Hannah Wright. Kramer is here. Ahmed Duple is here. Daniel Tente, what's up, my man? What's up, Nelson? Nelson, somebody saying hi to you. Africanos Newton is in the house. I'm going to bring in Fumba Seze, coming in Pan. Everybody is joining us today. Lincoln Boning, they call it Anthony Dan from all the way Pabua, man, Ihu man. Look at the other councilor looking around.
That's what you know.
The man putting face on his face. Frank is in the house. Potato Swai is here. The name is Jeremiah. I call you Jeremiah Neighbor. I mean, you gotta answer me back. You say one call. One man, one call, Jeremiah. Are you right, my man? JBC. Who says? Sheikh Abdullah Sharif. I think there's a Sheikh Abdullah Sharif that texted me and said he need a refund. I mean, you getting no refund, like you. We don't listen, we don't do refund here. I beg you, yeah. Tipo Speaker Dempsey is here. Tonight we will be bringing in Jacob Jada is coming. T one way. I think that his name, he will be joining us. And we're going to bring in Kano Babara. Lafayette Good is here. Akaris Wilson Great is coming from CDC. We got Fubi Harris is here. Emmanuel George will be coming from ANC. We're going to bring in Winfred Russell from the other side. Mamle is coming from nowhere, somewhere. Man, this show will be jam-packed today. First come, first serve. One man, one call. And you can't, you say that you're not going. And you go somewhere, tell you, see, you can't come back. That's how it is. So you in, you are. Several men say, simple mistake, you are. The greatest mistake that death. You got to be on your position. I want to welcome all of you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Thank you for joining us. Let's have a wonderful show today. We're going to discuss issue of national concern. Hassan Benete is in the house. Hassan, what's up, my man? It's good to have you on. There's a guy that, you know, the man resigned from Century. The man says it wasn't a plan. But I wait for Kanye to come before Kanye started. The man resigned from Century. The man say it wasn't a plan, but I have business. And what about the budget issue? The people don't trust the regime speaker. The regime speaker, what's his name? Who's the speaker name? They got to call his regime speaker. That's what's the guy name? That's it. The regime speaker, what's his name?
The speaker of the 55th legislature is Speaker Coon. Speaker Richard.
Yeah, regime speaker Coon. The man say why they carry a budget to the to the senator there. They carry a budget because they don't trust in Fubi. They carry a budget to the senator there because they know he and the executive is saying they will eat the money, they will increase the money. And you know, the man will steal the money. The man is a regime speaker, he's a damn rogue. So they don't trust him, so therefore they took the budget for him. But that's the problem with him, right? They carry it to Prince Boy from frying pan to frying pan. Fubi. From frying pan to frying pan. You take it from a regime speaker, you carry the Prince Boy, and we say what's up. But we're talking tonight. We're talking. Ayoba Sherry. I get to put it on and say they can't talk, so let me do all the talking. Mose Batu, how you doing, my man? We got all the information about what is happening at the labor ministry. So then I'm recording somebody sent me, right? And I'm saying to all of you, the man say, these guys are protecting the Lebanese people. You can't go and tell them to pay taxes. And from the labor, the whole thing about the labor ministry, people crying, Nema group over there, they bad, man. It's so bad. The whole labor ministry thing is ugly. You know, everybody just changed the whole country now. You got one session at Nema, another session at Lofa, but I have this thing. We'll talk that one later. The name is Thomas Packer. Thomas, what's up? Thomas said, I would say it's the best part to say. Yeah, Thomas, you say I want all the way to 2029. Fofi SB Fofana. Fofi is in the house. What's up, Fofi? Fofi said, good evening from my MCO. Yes, Fofi, we watching you. You joining us from Nigeria, all the Uganda in the house. We want to say James Siafa is here as well, Odesco Tape, and my man, Lafia Be Good. Let me say something. You know the ANC party chairman, the party that Fubi resigned from, right? To be friend, the man get a young baby. Fubi, is that the reason why you resigned? But Fubi got on me just that. This man Lafia Gu Cousin, the B1, the party chair of ANC, they call him Lafia Gu too. The man got a man born a young baby. I'm thinking, why old man that was born young baby? Fubi, what's going on with that there? No, I still get time. I still get that 7 more minutes, my people. No. Can you give me a picture? That my man. Can you give me a picture? Nelson, can you give me a councilor picture?
The man blood stay warm. He want to make a bomb with it.
But the man boy, he said you gotta get more partisan for ANC. But man, the man boy, I will not show the very picture, right? But I was surprised. I thought it was a joke. And after the man woman born the baby, the man broke his leg or broke something on him. The baby now start crying here, the man bringing his body back. When will that baby 1 year and start walking? If the baby tell 1 year old, the man will be 65 years old. And then the man age? No, yeah. That's the man age, right? Councilor Gu, and that brother age, your cousin?
The man. Go ask him.
I will not ask him. We know your age. Your age is on the show.
Yeah, friend, how you ask me for?
No, but the man born no baby. But Fubi, to be frank, Fubi, this is wrong.
So you don't see nothing to talk to that, my brother. You get on to that.
There's 7 minutes to talk about. The people listen to over. Leave me alone. Fubi.
Okay. Go ahead.
Chairman Gu, right? Chairman Gu born young baby, Fubi.
But the man blood stay warm. I got a bomb with it.
But I gotta tell him, man, sorry, the man got hurt. Chairman, how you doing, Chairman? Chairman, how are you? Yeah, but Chairman, I heard that you got hurt, man. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I broke my leg.
The Chairman broke your leg. Chairman, I'm sorry because I just came on the show. Somebody sent me a message and said, "But Chairman, who got hurt?" I said, "What happened?" They said, "Was it a car accident?" You go play football, Chairman. Your car Chairman strong, Chairman. You go play football. Your vitamin D not working. Your car not working, Chairman. Hey, Chairman. But Chairman, congrats. I heard that you got a young baby too, right?
Yeah.
How old is the baby?
4 months.
Chairman, you firing up? Okay, I'll see you later. Let me take on the man. Let me play that football. Ladies and gentlemen, the chairman got football. They may fire me from all Salino.
The chairman don't marry Michelle. You only know about me.
For me. The chairman is strong. Man, what part of Liberia are you from? Which country? Councilor Good, which country are you from? Grand Bassa?
From all around, my cousin from Grand Bassa.
The man strong. The chairman is firing. 4 months old. Mr. Cummings get one more partisan. One more partisan. It means that Mr. Cummings have to wait for another 18 years before that person vote. And I voting age, 18, right? Right for me?
Yeah, 18.
So Mr. Cummings cannot be president now till 18 years. Because that person will be in the win, right? Don't do that to me. But congratulations to Chairman Du. He got a 4-month-old baby. We happy, but we say sorry, Chairman. He broke his leg. You want to play soccer? He broke his leg. You know that thing leaving. That thing happened when we used to play soccer. He was in around. Go do the law thing. The man a good citizen lawyer. Let him stay there. Lead the soccer team business. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and guys, share the show. We're making progress. We just announced that congratulations to Chairman Good from ANC. He got a bouncing baby, beautiful baby, wonderful baby. And we say congratulations to him and his beautiful wife. We wish them well. Chifumi, you are off, and we're talking about the reason why you left ANC. I'm waiting for Emmanuel George for us to talk about that. Because I can tell you, I mean, it's not important, but a lot of people leaving ANC, you know, a lot of people leaving ANC, and a lot of people start to leave centrism, the central movement, a lot of people leaving other parties. So it's not only restricted to ANC, it's about what the Constitution said. Why I said 17, Article 17, right? Right for me?
Yeah.
You know, we let on the show, Article 17. Now, let me say this. Let me bring somebody on the show and warn them first. Vanessa Patrick, nobody asks you to come on Spoon. When you come on Spoon, there's only one moderator. When the moderator say your time fitting to talk, don't argue. You can decide now whether you want to stay or you won't go. But when I say Vendetta, your time finished, please don't point finger to anybody and don't argue. That is a message from the people. You talk for 1 second, Fubi talk for 10 minutes, they're not the same. Don't get vexed. It's at the discretion of the moderator. And this applies to everybody. So decide now, you want to leave early or you want to talk small when I caught you and you leave? Which one?
You want me to say something? Thank you. I wish to.
No, I want to say something. It's just a fair warning. We're moving on. You met other people, yeah. It's just a fair warning.
You are very specific about me. You are specific.
No, I just gave you a straight warning that we're across the board. No, because you always causing problems. Then you call me and say you spoke to the people that they want my number.
He said, let me bring in 1 year and warn him. That was unprofessional. You don't do that.
I'm not a professional man today. That's why I've been very frank with you. You have been warned. Ladies and gentlemen, boy. Yeah, man. Nobody can give me a hard time. Then when you leave the show, you be calling me. But when you're on the show, see you on that disrespect me. See you on that disrespect me. One moderator, listen, if you want moderate, Vendetta, if you want moderate, I can put you up, you moderate.
No, I don't want to be.
And we'll follow your lead.
You know, you the CEO, I take it. I know that verbal warning the next time, maybe I'll get written warning.
You get written. It will be notarized. It will be notarized by Councilor Good. It will not be notarized by. We can trust a centric guy, kind of. We don't know what the main position is. So we're never asking to notarize anything. But ladies and gentlemen, we want to say thank you. Share the show. Let's make progress. A beautiful day. It's snowing in the other part of the country, but hey, it's just kind of cold over here, but we are grateful that we are live. We want to say wherever you're joining us from, Liberia, anywhere, we appreciate you. Shout out to all of you. Thank you for joining us. Share the show. No hard feelings. We are not fussing. We got only one purpose, to make Liberia better, right? We may come from all over with different ideas, but our goal and objective to make Liberia better. We got a few more minutes. It's 9 o'clock. You saw the fight between Edwin Snow and the Unity Party people. We discussed it today. President Bouaca's birthday was Sunday. What happened? What did he do? The Central Movement joined Unity Party. Now they are no more centrism. We will ask them why. The guy that resigned from Central, we will call him today. He will be speaking. Jacob Jada, the new addition to CMC. He will be on our show. We'll ask him why he decided to join CMC. He will explain himself what makes CMC better than CDC or the Unity Party. We got Emmanuel George coming on the show. Emmanuel George coming with a new dimension, a new fire. We got Honorable Akara Stadeka Tobika Gray. He's coming on from a CDC position. The whole thing people are asking, where is President George Manneh? We are the former. What's his new plan? Are we waiting for next year? We're going to be integrating and so many new ideas on the show, because we know now we got Sedition, we got UPITS, we got CMC, we got ANC. All the political parties in the country will be part of this show, for or against. And you, the Liberian people, you decide. I'm so happy that I can trust the great men and women, this great addition to the Spoon Talk. Do you know today, the government have asked the court to put Jerry Yogo, representative of District 12, on the list as a co-defendant in the Austin fire case. Do you know that today? What I would tell you is that, is this government witch hunting? We will be calling Jerry Yogo and asking likewise. I want to say to you, it will be a foreign show today. We will not disrespect each other, but we speak truth to power. You may not let our position, but allow us to talk and you can contribute. Wherever you are, you can join us, the Voice of Liberia. We're happy. You can join us on Spoon 107.5, Fabric, Super, and all of our relays. We appreciate you. Again, I will say this to you. Liberia is above all. I welcome you, Chief Fubi Herons, my brother Vendetta Patrick. Welcome to the show. Akaris, as always, welcome. Councilor Lafair Good, it's good to have you. Jacob Jala, thank you for your addition on the show, and the rest of the guys will be joining us. Fubi, 30 seconds. What brought you on tonight, sir?
Yeah, so good evening to everybody, and we look forward to a good show. Like we always say, Liberia is all that we have, so we have to keep doing what we can do to help make Liberia a better place. We all not agree, but as the only thing we just have to respect each other. That's the most important part, because we all have our own heads on our shoulders, so we have to think differently. If everybody agrees, there may only one person doing the thinking. And that's why we'll have diverse views and opinions on matters, but it's all in the interest of Liberia. If we disagree, it's fair to disagree, but just do it respectfully. I wish you all a good time. And I've been sick the past days, so that's why I was not home, but it's good to be back.
Thank you very much. My brother Vendetta Patrick, it's good to see you. What brought you in today, VP?
Well, thank you, CEO. It's always good to be here, and thank you for the coordination. So today, I'm thinking about issues surrounding my country, specifically Margibi, the issue of the hospital that was started by the former president when he got out with fire, the only referral hospital in Margibi. It is still underfunded. Many of the patients have been transported to Monrovia. Some of them have been refused due to lack of, key medical attention. So now that the budget, as we have seen in the healthcare budget, we see a lot of money there. We want the government to prioritize the construction of that hospital, because that was a key campaign message. When the president visited Margibi, he made a promise that that hospital will be constructed. And as such, healthcare is a human rights issue. We hope that they are trying, but we hope that this budget year, we want to see significant work being done in our hospital. Thank you.
Thank you, VP. Councilor, welcome to the show. Councilor Gu, let's hear you. Why are you here to speak to the Liberian people, sir?
Thank you very much, Stanton. Let me say good evening to my colleagues. I think I'm concerned about the constitutional issues being raised, argument between the House of Representatives and the Senate. and I think it's something that we can look at tonight. And if there's any other thing on the plate, when I find reason to respond to any of them, I will. Thank you.
Councillor, thank you. Akaris, it's good to have you.
Thank you very much. I want to say good evening to all on the show and to all many viewers and listeners across the globe. On my mind, on the plate today, first, I believe that the issue of the emerging constitutional crisis at the legislature is very essential and very important for me, and I think for the public. Also, on a made a very strong statement in Bomi County, the way he responded to the United Party allegation against him about the Burn border issue. I think it's a critical issue to look at, which is also important in the issue of the ASAM. I would say amendment, to add another person there from the legislature. I think it's of national concern also. So those are the three issues. Maybe other issues will unfold and we can discuss that, but I think those are three critical issues.
Thank you very much, great guys. If you help me out, just send me your topic that we can line it up. I will add to what we have for today. So if you can just text it in the chat room, it will be important. We're going to welcome Jerry Yobo. Jerry Yobo will be our contributing guest today because of his addition. And also, I would like to do this so frequently. I will also place Kanu Babala on the side because he fully now supports the Unity Party government, his centrism movement. And we'd like to ask him some questions and we'll stick to our talking point. But let me bring you in first, Jacob Jada. Welcome to the show. What's on your mind today?
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Stanton, for the opportunity to form part of your panel today. But the panel looks very much general lopsided. So men are here. I don't know. Yeah, but again, yes, I'm happy to be here.
Men don't get in trouble. Y'all was saying that in 2019, 2022. We brought women in here, they blasted us, they made plow, they go. Let the people sleep, leave them alone. When they're ready, they will come back. Let's do our thing, please.
Yeah. Yes, I hope my audio is clear, but I was just going to say that last week, personally for me, I made a big shift in terms of my role and my participation in Liberia political dialogue and political discussion. Of course, I was a member of the CDC for a while, at least about 6 months, and I made a decisive.
So I hope to have Jacob back. His internet went off. Councillor, let's hear you, Councillor Bala. Welcome to the show.
Well, thank you. Thank you, CEO. It's good to be back here. I had contacted you to say there were quite a few things I've been working on quite assiduously, and that has taken a lot of time, so I have not been as constant as I would like to be. But it's always good to be back here to talk about Liberia and to also have the opportunity to respond to those deliberate saboteurs of the centrism movement who are intent on undercutting the momentum that we have built in mobilizing citizens who are not just taking with politics, but are interested in putting the country first, irrespective of who is president. It's so happening that President Boyka is now president. And yes, the movement did pledge to support President Boyka so that he continues to do good things for our country. Is that a bad thing? Absolutely not. Does that mean we have joined Unity Party? Absolutely not. But we can see why people are anxious because there is traction. And all of this negative commentary simply intended to undercut our momentum, but it won't affect us. But it's good to be back, CEO, to talk about Liberia and what is positive about this country, what can put the country forward. For us, that is what we are concerned about. So I look forward to a robust discussion. I look forward also to the attacks as usual. because we stand for what is right and proper. But again, that's why I always say it's occupational hazard. Once you hear, you'll get attacked, and we can always able to defend ourselves. So thank you. It's great to be here.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. You want to finish up, Jacob? You went off.
Yes. I will switch network. So yes, I was going to say yes. I'm making a big move personally for me from the CDC. I was on there for about 6 months, 7 months, and of course I switched sides. I'm now a member of the CMC, and I hope I can have some time today. We scratched the surface the other day. We didn't go in any specific detail, but I look forward to an opportunity to talk a little bit about that move. And of course, what I consider as the motivating factor towards my move to the CMC, what I think the CMC represents, what I think Honorable Musa Hassan Bezde represent the new transformative program for change, and some of the real radical shift in terms of where we want to contribute, where we want to take the country, where the CMC wants to take the country, and the broader vision for the country. So I look forward to an opportunity to get my teeth into some of the details around that, and then of course I'm happy to share and then take questions from whatever it is. I'm happy to be part of the team today and the discourse today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacob. It's always good having you on set with us. We're going to bring in Dr. George. Emmanuel George, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Stanton. Good evening, Chief Henrys, Councillor Gould, the activists, Vendetta Patrick, Councillor Bala, Mr. Chesson, and Mr. Jala. It's good to be on this network this evening to have conversation with these wonderful gentlemen, and sometimes the ladies come in and out, and to speak with the Liberian people about our country and our future and where we're going as a country. One of the things that is of growing concern to me, and we will discuss that, is the report about how our natural resources, about deforestation caused by Western cocoa companies, is affecting Liberia. In a MCC report, when it came to natural resources, saving natural resources, we had 0. I think it went up to 2% and 18% over the period of years. And that is what we have as a country, our natural habitat, our natural environment. Hopefully we'll be taking that into serious consideration as we go forward as a people. The report today is it's an eye-opener to every one of us as to what is happening in our country, especially with the big cocoa manufacturers, like how they call it, KitKat, and other cocoa companies, how their production is affecting the forest in Liberia. Well, I look forward to a spirited, wonderful conversation around other topics that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's good to have you on. Jefferson, welcome to the show, bro. You got to unmute, Jefferson.
Yes, Stanton, thank you, and good afternoon to the good evening, wherever you are, to our listening audience and our panelists. It's good being here today. And CEO, as the year come to a close, I was thinking about our country and where we're going. And notably, I was able to come across and to read again the 2024 Human Rights Report on Liberia. And start of reading that report, it was very troubling. The report highlighted and documented arbitrary killings, torture, arbitrary detentions, media intimidation, state attack on free speech, security force violence, and even our own INCHR confirmed this disturbing trend. I think this kind of human rights report on our country is troubling. And that's something we also need to highlight so that the current government can take some serious attention to resolving this kind of, demeaning human rights report on our country. As we proceed to 2025 and 26, I don't know what the government has done to change this kind of damning report, human rights report on our country. It's troubling for us all and for our own West African nations around us. For Liberia to be very terrible, human rights report is damning for us. But again, thank you, Stanton.
No, thank you. Thank you for coming on. I'm going to bring in Dr. Bopler. Dr. Bopler, it's good to have you on. Guys, let me just say it real quick, because we have opened the link. So if you leave and someone is in the back that will come on, it means you have to wait for someone to leave. I'm not going to take anyone off. It's like first come, first serve, that we can have a discussion and, flow together. So please be mindful of your internet and just don't leave abruptly. Dr. Bopler, welcome to the show, sir. It's good to see you.
Good evening, Stanton. Good to see you and good to see all my friends. Greetings from the Valley of Gaia, in one of the most precious spots in Margibi. It's good to be on the show. To all of those who listen, those who watch, those who comment, thank you. Keep doing that. One conversation at a time. We'll take action. We change the nation. What's really on my mind tonight, Stanton, is the budget. The budget is ambitious. So that's okay. But I'm really hoping that the legislative branch will take some bold steps and reallocate resources. And guess why? If we hit the $1.2 billion mark, which would be historic, and we apply budgetary appropriation allocated as given to us now, 12 months later, in January of 2027, I've been going through that budget back and forth, and I keep asking myself, will there be anything significantly different 12 months later? Because yesterday, that would be the midway, right, to President Boakar's administration. If we raise $1.2 billion, we should be able to significantly dig into one or more of his pillars in the rest agenda, particularly one like sanitation. So if we reallocate the resources and you can check something off the list, not a whole county, but if it's Montserrat or Margibi, all these big counties, we will all gain confidence that we can accomplish more in 2027, 2028. But let me just finish, I beg you, 10 seconds. If after this ambitious move, and we come to 2027 January, and the best shot we can give is we make gains, I think people will start to lose hope. We don't want people to lose hope. So I hope the lawmakers will allocate some things. Let's tackle 1, 2, or 3 on their rest agenda and make some measurable progress. I think we'll all be in a better place.
Dr. Bopler, thank you guys. Thanks to all of you that are sharing the show. Go on WhatsApp, go on YouTube, go on Facebook, Instagram, all of your different social media outlets. Let's share the show. I'd like to just brush up real quick with my brother Jacob, and then we can have this thing. Everybody have one round to give a statement or ask a question for 1 minute, and then we'll move to the topic. We got a lot of topics, folks, so please consider. Jacob, why you left CDC and you joined CMC? Can you unmute, Jacob?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Sure. So, to answer your question directly, I joined the CMC clearly, straightforwardly speaking, because again, for the past several months, I have been following Honorable Musa Hassan Belete, and of course the CMC. And of course, I've been listening very, very keenly to, very, very deliberate, intentional perspective, vision, and understanding about where the country is as we speak right now, and what the perspective is in terms of where do we go next, in terms of the future of the country. And of course, as someone who has been a very active citizen in this country from my days as a student leader at the University of Liberia, of course, when I lost my political virginity, I'll put it at that, and of course, going to the national level. So being around for a while and being an active participant, watching the direction of my country, I am one citizen who has been very, very much, after 20 years of democratic development, been very much unhappy or dissatisfied about where the country is right now, what the country could potentially achieve, and what the direction of travel is as a country. So very opinionated in that sense. Of course, I joined the CDC after the 2023 elections, particularly after a while, after a year or so. Again, I was very much dissatisfied around where the current United Party government is taking the country. I don't think their plan, this is the second budget plan, their agenda, besides what they say, but even in terms of what they do, I'm talking about action, not just words. I think the actions, for me, misalign with what some of the opinions they espouse. But of course, even on the ground, I don't think they're doing something really radically transformative enough to bring prosperity for this country. So I stated my disquiet about that. Of course, joined the CDC for that purpose, merely to be able to be part of that critical mass of the CDC that will present and put forward to the Liberian people a new creative agenda, especially after the CDC being in power for 6 years, so that we freshen up the dialogue and the discourse, and even try to contributing with our revamp economy, because of the Liberian economy has experienced heart attack for many years.
Jacob, we give you time on this.
Finish now, CEO. So
wait. Jacob, let me interrupt you. You have the 5 minutes here for you. I beg you, my man. Okay. We're not going to babysit you and count you yet, right? We got to move on some very, very national issue. And this is one. You are one right now. You explain all this thing. The Liberian people say, but you just went to a Kairos Great Party, the CDC. You are under the sycamore tree. They accepted you. Didn't you know that CDC had problem? Did you go there on a part-time basis, or you went there to use them as a springboard to get to CMC today? Why within less than 6 months? How can CMC never trust you that you're not leave them to go join ANC? I mean, these are some very important questions for me, and that's my only question. Then we'll go around the block on you. Why so soon? Why did you leave CDC?
No, you asked 2 questions now. You said whether the
go ahead. Just take your time. Take your time. Yeah.
Okay. So first, let me respond to the last one first. So this is, of course, this is not about me. Let me put that first. Whether I join a political party or not, or move from a political party or not, for me, I think it doesn't really matter. I am driven by one key fundamental principle. I want Liberia to work. I want my country to work. I want my country to be prosperous. I want my country to be successful. Which political party for me is entirely irrelevant. It is what is critical for me is what kind of platform exists today, right? That is able to present a powerful, I emphasize, a powerful transformative agenda for prosperity or the transformation of my country. And I am willing to compromise everything in my life to stick to that fundamental principles, including dumping political parties here and there. I'm very clear. I will state that emphatically.
So CDC couldn't do it
I'm
for
saying,
you.
so I'll come to your question now. I'm saying that the CMC and the perspective and the vision the political leader of CMC espouses is powerful enough, is watertight enough. It has what it required, as far as I'm concerned, to transform the present and also the future of this country. Now, you allow me, what is that decisive turning point I consider as critical to my perspective of moving to the CMC? One, the first question, what is the real concrete problem we have today as a country after all years of reforming our governing institution, blah, blah, blah? Stanton, jobs. employment, private sector expansion is the most Herculean task we have to face today as a country. The vice president of the current vice president of the Union Party government made it very clear. I think last week, I listened to him very clearly. He said, oh, the UP is doing well in certain policy area institutions, but our greatest difficulty, our greatest weakness as a government, Joseph Boyah government, his vice president said that, Jeremiah Kuhn, is our inability as we speak now to create jobs, employment for the population. Musa Hassan Belete and the CMC, I'm confident, and I can go into more detail about that, Belete has the experience, practical experience, creating jobs, practical experience, mobilizing investment. He is an entrepreneurial businessman. He knows how to create prosperity, how to find capital to expand the private sector, agriculture.
We don't say that because we are 10 right now. Let's bring the other guys in. Let's bring the other guys in. Jacob.
Let me lay my point now.
Yeah, but okay, we gotta bring the other guys in. You will learn your point. Everybody talking to you now. Jacob, hold on. Jacob, hold on. Everybody talking to you now. Because for me, I'm not listen, I love you, Jacob. Thank you for coming, but I'm not understanding you. Why you left CMC? Make it simple for us. Joseph, John, where can I create job? You didn't create job. Why you left CDC? Why you left UP? Why you left any other party? But we can say today, in less than 6 months, I'm about to play the clip. You are under the Sycamore tree. You said there's a revolutionary party that you have never seen in your lifetime.
Okay, let me
It's the only party that can transform the life of the Liberian people. You said that under the Sycamore tree.
Okay, let me try for the theater to answer your question in one sentence. Because I know and I believe that Musa Hassan Belete and the CMC.
I mean, the man put something in my eye. That a Bobla hold the show. Let me go wash my eye. The man put something in my eye. Yeah, the man put something in my eye. That a Bobla who wash the show.
So, come on, Jacob, you got 10 seconds. Finish your point. Your point.
So I say here that the
problem. Don't put nothing in my eye. Don't put nothing in my eye, my man. Go ahead.
Nothing will go in your eye. The problem of the country today is lack of jobs, lack of employment, lack of a productive private sector. The CMC, and I'll emphasize Mr. Belete, has the experience, the knowledge, the expertise to be required to solve that biggest problem we face today as a country. I suggest no other political leader today I see on the political landscape has the required skills, expertise, knowledge to solve that problem. And if this problem that we have today, we need a solution, and the solution for me rely within the CMC.
Okay, thank you, Jacob. Appreciate it. Who is next? In line, Councilor, go ahead. Unmute yourself, Councilor. Go ahead. No, try again. Unmute. There you go. That's it.
Am I okay now?
There you go. That's it.
Good. Thank you. So for me, I don't have any question for Jacob. Jacob had chosen his side, and I wish him well. That's a political process. Everybody has the right to choose his or her side, and I don't think people should be questioned. You know why you're choosing this or why you're choosing that. So it's up to him. I wish him well in his sojourn. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. VP, what says you?
Yeah, so it is undisputed fact that everyone has the right to freedom of association. The other day when he formed in, I certainly agree with him. It's a right to associate and disassociate. But looking at the competing political environment we have nowadays, sometimes is very careful. It's important to be very careful. You know how you make political decisions. People may construe as being driven exclusively for personal gain. When you join the CDC, I mean, they were in power. You make a lot of, good statements. How the CDC is a grassroots political institution, and everybody believes in you. You know, and I think the CEO needs to play that video. He spoke the same jargons, you know, and the moment they lost election, it shifted loyalty. You know, it paints a bad picture. People might think that it is an act of being a political opportunist. When they were in power, you die and one of them.
You're
wrong. I
wrong.
said people might think. I come here, let me learn. People might think because when they were in government, you were there. The moment they lost election, less than 6 months, you departed.
No.
Alone,
You got your information upside down. I can correct you. No, but you're not saying the truth. Right?
Let me be protected. CEO, you said no interruption, but you're not calling Jacob to order.
So Jacob, everybody focusing on you. Allow him to speak. You respond, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I want to restate: it's not bad to leave. I mean, I respect that, but the timing, you know, especially when the power, you know, you belong to at that time, they just got defeated in no time. You have shifted loyalty. People will sit down and say, look, I think this decision is not driven based on conviction. Because the same thing Musa Belete is championing the CDC, is say championing it today. So the same thing you want to be speaking against, the CDC is speaking against. The big question is, were you truly there as a grassroots political institution to reform the system? You know, so these are things that people will be looking at. You are a young man, switching political party just after, you know, election. I mean, in my mind, why is true is your constitutional right, but the timing, I mean, is scary.
Thank you very much. Jacob, hold on 1 minute. Let me bring in the Talakai. Then you're going to wrap them up. Then we'll go to Kanye Baba and the rest of the guys. Talakai, what say you and what Jacob said?
Thank you very much. Like I said the last time, look, stand up. I respect Jacob, and I will tell you why. He respectfully made a decision. It's not like somebody who will stand in the middle and go endorse another extremist tomorrow morning and say he remain with a political institution. He's a man of his word. He marched to the CDC after we got defeated. He joined the CDC, like he said, 6 to 8 months ago. He deemed it necessary to move on. That is right. We wish Jacob well. I want to see men who will stand up and say, I'm on this side and I'm not on the other side. You cannot be a political hermaphrodite, you know, with 2 political sex organs. Then you say you're in the middle. Make a decision. And Jacob, thank you for making the decision. We respect you. We hope to work and collaborate with all of the opposition political institutions, including the CNC. Thank you.
Well, I didn't understand what you just. Are you shifting to Kanye now? But we'll get there though, Greg.
I made a statement already.
No, I respect you. You know I respect your statement, but we'll get there. So you got no problem that he left your party. He now with CMC, correct? You have no problem with it.
No problem.
Okay, good, beautiful. Kanye, let's hear you.
Thank you, CEO. I will stay on message because we're speaking to Jacob. I will not follow the Quattro Pro because that's what he's good at, going into the gutter. I will not do that. I will stay on message and avoid being Quattro Pro'd into something that is aside from the topic. But to Jacob, I do respect Jacob quite a lot. And I think, Vandalak, you may have missed the timeline. Jacob did not join the CDC until after the elections. He joined about 6 months to a year after the elections. And I may have said on this platform before, Jacob and I had some conversations before, and I was curious as to why he had not joined the CDC, even though during the elections, he and I and others were very visible parts of the propaganda machinery through the We Are Intellectual movement. But he chose to join after the elections. And I think for me, the timing is important because it speaks to something. I think at that point in time, probably Jacob felt that his joining would not be tied to grievance seeking. And it was at a point in time where he could make some impact. And so therefore, I respect Jacob on that account. What I am more curious about is that after making the decision, after the election, when the gravy was no longer flowing, when Jeff no longer had a job in government, when our Akaros had been kicked out of the parliament, when the UP had taken over the country, that is when Jacob decided to go to the CDC. To me, that's a level of conviction when all of the colleagues, are now pretty much made jobless, and Jacob is now going to the CDC. But now he goes to the CDC during these times, and in less than 6 months, he leaves. So I'm very curious, Jacob, and I want you to speak from the heart. What is it that during the hard times, you could make such a profound decision to join the CDC that I'm a member of? You decided to become a citizen during hard times, not during the times when Jeff was at the Ministry of Public Works or Akara was in Parliament and bathing in the resources of the country. You joined during hard times. But after you joined during hard times, you decided to now leave less than 6 months or so later. I am very curious, Jacob, that you can speak to the Liberian people and let them know why you had to leave, because there has to be the Jacob, the philosophical Jacob that I know, the philosopher.
Okay, Jacob, take it away now.
Takes money or anything that others seem like.
Thank you.
All right? I don't think it's money. I don't think it's financial resources. Some people want to make it seem like Musa Belete bought you with money. I don't believe that. There must be a deeper reason. And I want to hear that reason, Zuma. And I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. Before we get to the rest of the team, talk to the folks and everybody. I think Dr. Boble, you had a chance to speak. No, Dr. Boble?
No, I was just holding it down until you left.
Okay, thank you. So let Jacob go ahead, and we'll start with you and go to our brother, Dr. George Johnson Chessie, and the Chief Fubi Henry. Jacob, address the first line.
Yeah. So thanks, Kanyo. I think Kanyo rectified the historical timeline that Patrick missed. So I'm not going to focus on that. So yes, of course, thanks also to Akara. Now, let me make it clear here. I have the greatest of respects for the CDC. The CDC is a grassroots movement, and I have, again, the greatest of respect for the CDC. My style of politicking actually is not to go and dump people down and do all that kind of thing. That's not what I do. However, I want to make it clear here that I joined the CDC with the clear expectation that, look, I want to go to this great institution, build on a great tradition to be able to in this country, to be able to offer my services free of charge voluntarily, because my understanding was that after the elections, the CDC experienced what they experienced as a political party. Now that the party was now in opposition, the party was getting ready, one, to rejuvenate itself, to present a new bankable plan to the Liberian people, learning from the experiences of the past as an opposition, as a government in charge before for 6 years, and then say, okay, we've learned our lessons of the past year, as all institutions must do. We all learn every time from experience, and rehash or reheat a new agenda and say, okay, this is a new agenda for the country. We're willing to engage with the Unity Party government. Of course, we need to re-engage the Liberian people and present something more concrete, something more innovative, something more transformative to the Liberian people as a party. Now, over the past, again, 6 months, 7 months that I was in charge, I think, and this is my assessment, I may be wrong, Akara may correct me because they are more internally involved in the party, but my assessment was that, one, I don't think the CDC was energetic enough. I think they will be slightly lackluster. I don't think they've been able to find the mojo, to find the energy that I think that align with mine to be able to take on the Unity Party and take on some of the concrete policies, the dialogue in the country. And for me, I think my heart is on fire. I think I want to be more engaged, not only engaged, but I think that there has to be a new plan, a new strategy to be able to confront the challenges we have as a country. And most of those challenges today are new, or even those challenges are being expanded. I go back to the point: jobs, private sector expansion, in prosperity for all Liberians. I don't think the CDC is yet, and this is my assessment again, is yet in a place to be able to present a new, fresh agenda for the transformation of our country. And therefore, two things I said: I don't see the new agenda. Two, I don't think my skill was fully required or utilized within the structures of the party. They were not willing to put me to work. I made myself available, say, use me, deploy me, whatever skill I have, to be able to accentuate probably the new agenda. One, two, I didn't see the party coming together to new strategy to say let's move forward. On the basis of that, listen now, on the basis of that, I arrived at a conclusion, and I experienced, of course, like I said, a fundamental change of mind. I say, look, I don't think we are aligned at this point as far as the CDC is concerned, and therefore I'm hearing something that is music to my ear from Musa Hassan Belete, and therefore I want to tread this direction.
Thank you, Jacob. Jacob, we got to bring the other people. We got to run. We got limited time.
But that's it. That's it. That's all I have to say.
I don't know. I don't know, folks. If that those of you listen to us by way of the radio and Facebook and YouTube. I mean, maybe my brother Fubi, he's very fearless. He will tell me when Jacob speak, I'm hearing the voice of Samuel Twain. To be frank, Jacob speaking, and in my ear, that's Samuel Twain I'm hearing. And I will come to that, though. That's the reason why I want people to really listen to our brother. I mean, when you brought into CDC by Samuel Twain and then asked to leave by the same Samuel Twain, that's the reason why I'm saying this. And I want all Liberians to listen. Kanyo being a counselor, I always said to Kanyo, you know, practice in the court of law. But I will take that back today because he asked a question that one of the judge, upon his ruling, a good counselor will ask, why now? When they were grieving. No, Jacob, wait now. Jacob, I told you that you part of spoon, I say you gotta get used to it. When the grieving was there, the milk and honey, the manna was falling from heaven, and the birds were coming down, and everybody said, "Hail the King! God is good! God is good." They forgot when they were in Egypt. They forgot when they were at the Red Sea. But guess what happened, Jacob? You wasn't the one enjoying the milk and honey. But 40 days in the desert, when you have to walk among scorpions and serpents, you put your hand up and say, I will be with CDC. Am I hearing 712 voice here? And that's the reason why I'm saying that. But let me bring the other people. Jacob, you are on the hot seat, my friend. Get used to it. You're on school now. Did somebody ask you to go join CDC and later tell you leave and join Musa? Is there the kakaleka we're talking about? A political kakaleka? But Emmanuel K. George, the doctor, talk to me. I'm hearing 712 voice, man. I'm hearing the voice of Bobo Tino. I'm hearing the voice of Bobo Tino. No, you have no man. No. I'm hearing the voice of that music, that brought to your voice, and Samuel Twain is all sounding through you. I don't know why, but maybe it's me. Emmanuel, talk to me, man. I want to get that convincing proof from Jacob tonight that he went on a persuasive and impersuasive cross-forwarding with CMC. But this seems like some kind of dimension. Jacob, are you on a hot seat way back? Let me hear from the other people. Emmanuel talk to they may have getting to talk.
I had a very wonderful and very great weekend. I would like to congratulate Jacob for whatsoever decision he wants to make. I really don't know him. But let me use my time to congratulate my friend and my brother, Professor Afolarin Olutunje.
But it's not time for that, but we're on topic. You can swear our topic, my brother.
For raising up to be the Vice Chancellor of Babcock University. That's a great thing for every one of us. So congratulations, Jacob, for your role. We look forward to what you went for. Hopefully what you're looking for, you will find it. Because everybody's in search in this world, Stanton. Everybody's in search for something. So maybe he went to CDC, he found the thing he's looking for. He may see it in CMC. Who knows? 6 months along the line, he may be in PPP. So this is a country that we all have the freedom of choice. And Jacob, congratulations! Thank you for your service, and hopefully.
What's your position in what's your position again, ANC? What's your position, Emmanuel? No,
that today you forget.
I forget your position because you're a religious politician. Well, Josie, let's hear you.
Thank you, Santa. And Jacob Jala, I want to say, congratulations on your new movement. And it's good. Santa, you see, our country is a country where people are free to associate and disassociate. And I like Jacob. He was straightforward, upright guy. He's not like some of of the other people who want to. The people say hold water and hold ground. They won't be hustling on both sides. That is a very terrible character.
I can't wait to attack Kanyo. You agree?
No, I'm not. Where's Kanyo? I'm not attacking Kanyo. If Kanyo feels in that position, they're fine. But I mean, it's dishonesty to the highest. It shows inconsistency. It shows that you don't even know what you want. But you see, Jacob is clear. He came to the CDC. He did not see CDC as a place where he could survive and for his political career to grow. He moved on to another party where he thinks he can perform better and his skills can be utilized. And that's the best thing to do. And Jacob, so I say congratulations and enjoy your day at the CMC. As long as both of us, agenda align in removing this kleptocratic government from power, my brother, I have no issue. As long as you are going to ensure that the Unity Party will not be re-elected in this country. But one thing I admire about you is that you're not trying to be inconsistent and hustle on two sides. That is a terrible character of anybody who wants to be a political leader in our country. This kind of inconsistency should never be tolerated in our political space. Anybody involved in being on both sides, trying to fool both parties and hold ground and hold water, these kind of people should be expelled from the political space. They are insincere to themselves. So thank you, Jacob.
Thank you. Fumi, can you imagine the man said because somebody exercised the political right, you expel them? Can you imagine? Because they're just not in line with CDC. But I know when we get to Kanye, it will be a great one, guys. We have to
nobody said it was expel anybody.
We got 12 more minutes. Fubi, let's say you will go to that Jumbo play.
Yeah, the football boss on the other side. So Jacob Zuma couldn't stay there. He had to run.
The ball lost.
The ball lost. They kicked the ball in the air. The ball got and stood on the fence. No, I gotta get out of the place here. CDC, that one play. I can't find the ball. What kind of place is this?
Well, you gonna be a good commentator.
Well, anyway, that's part of the political journey. When you move, you see that you are misplaced or people don't value your worth. You have to move on. And it's a normal tendency of human nature. People will keep following their interests. And for me, there should be no reason why you should criticize people for deciding to move. But I think when Jacob was explaining, he clearly stated that there's CDC has nothing to offer, so he has to move to CMC because that's where he sees the future. So in short, in 6 months, he besides being affiliating with them with a big stake, and during the time they were in power, after he joined them 6 months, he realized that there's nothing there to offer. So there's a new direction that he took, and that's why he moved to CMC. So Jacob, I wish you well. And at least you clarify that point that CDC had nothing to offer. I know the guys don't want to attack you because of opposition solidarity, but nothing wrong with that. It's good. At least you clearly stated that there's nothing to offer, so you move on. Wish you well. Let's see how it plays out on the CMC page. If the ball lost again, you can move to ANC.
They call it
you can go out there, all party.
They call it man King Zuma. But listen, Dr. Bopla, take us home with Jacob, and Jacob will have the last word. We got to move straight with Kanyo. Kanyo, from there, we get to the issue of the Capitol building, the Austin fire burning down the budget, the CMC, the CDC, and that of the ANC, not forgetting the Unity Party conversation on the bigger scale today. everybody will give reason why to think where we are today. Dr. Bople, what say you about Jacob Jala?
Stanton, I affirm Jacob's right to affiliate. That is a constitutional prerogative. People have a right to speech and association, and we are all at different places in our lives. We make our own evaluation of political arrangements, and we affiliate. Absolutely, I think this is that. I wish Jacob well. As long as we're all striving to make this country better and to be positive and productive and make some progress, let's go for it. So, Jacob, good luck, my friend, in your new arrangement, and I wish you well.
So, Jacob, take it away now. Close down the one. Paul Kennedy Kim lady, you and I have the chance to ask you. So let's just go to you, close us, and let's move on.
Yeah. I know there are many things to discuss, so I will not take all the time. I'll just say, thanks for the comment, and I'm happy again to be involved with what is going on within the CMC, and I like the family there. Being there for a few days, and everyone there is extremely welcoming and recognize the little contribution we can make towards the agenda of the CMC. We want to be, productive participants in the democratic dialogue in the country. And Mr. Musa Asambelete is showing real, top quality leadership at this moment. And I'm happy to be, part of his team. And we will be here now on Spoon at least very regularly as time permits. And again, I'm happy to be part of the panel. We can talk about other topics now, and I'm happy to also make some contributions. So thanks very much. As we move along, 2026, moving forward, 2029 will be very engaged, and hopefully Spoon will be our dance floor, will be all the time to make contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. No, thank you. You're welcome. And we have agreed, that you're part of the team, you're part of the family. We'll add you to the chat room. And I like the respect and discipline you bring. Very, very professional, unlike Jefferson Jesse. We say thank you. I mean, leaving CDC, you took away that which was so unique. And I think CMC now added to your professionalism. And we're adding in our chat room right now as we speak. Thank you. If there's anybody there that's supposed to be there, Jefferson Jesse, we'll take him out. But thank you very much. So, but guys, let's flip. I want us to discuss what happened today. All right. I have James Koyo, the head of the Secretariat Diaspora for the Centrism. Right. I reached out to him when I saw his resignation that he was leaving. He leaving Kayo Bala and the rest of the Centrism movement. And I was touched. I said, "Why? You guys just met the president." He said, "Stanton, you want to hear me out?" I said, "Before Kayo speak, allow the nation to hear you on the platform, on your network tonight." And I think everybody will agree with me, because people, they are wondering, why? You guys met the president and you resign, and how many other people resigning? So I have on the phone, this is very surprising to my brother Kayo. Let me bring in Mr. James Koyo. James, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Witherspoon, and thanks to the Spoon Network for affording me this opportunity to be able to speak to the Liberian people and everyone across the globe. And I just want to say hi and kudos to your panelists.
Thank you very much, James. Can you properly introduce yourself, your position, and then we'll get into the quick question. I know you're giving us a few minutes, but can you also confirm that you'll be our guest on Friday?
Yes, definitely. I'll be the guest on the show on Friday. So I previously served as the head of Secretariat of the Liberia Political Centrism movement here in the Diaspora Network.
James, we woke up this morning and we saw your letter of resignation. And I reached out to Kayo, he explained his own, but you on the show you will explain. Why did you leave? Why did you resign, James?
So first, let me say that this is not in line with because of some members of the National Executive Committee met with the president. this is something that I have previously raised with the executive chairperson, President Kanyo, that in recent time we have seen the movement deviating from its core and fundamental principle as it relates to the foundation on which the movement was established. Right? So I raised the critical issue of Kanyo and it was not addressed. And unfortunately, we have seen the movement have pledged support to support the President Joseph Boakai and the United Party. Our engagement, or even from the movement, is not that we don't want the country to succeed or we don't want the government to succeed, but we believe that the movement was clearly established on some guiding principles that talk about being very objective. No one can tell me here that they have seen, since the establishment of the movement, they have seen any major political or clear objective policy prescription as it relates to the excesses of this government. We don't, the movement has not spoken anything critical, and we believe that we expected the movement to adjust, not like going in the government at this time, when in fact we are in 2025, and President Boakai has not even told us this will be contested in 2029. So we believe that we shot ourselves in the leg. And some of us who was recruited by Kanyo know that he called me personally and we talked. And I laid key things down while I was joining the movement. Mr. Witherspoon has spent over 15 years in civil society and advocacy. And it's my first time moving to a political movement. I have never joined a political party before. So I was very clear with Kanyo, based on these principles, that we want to be objective, we want to be critical of government policies. And we, the movement are not speaking on critical issues like unemployment. The movement are not speaking on anything like the healthcare service delivery system we have in the country. We want to see praise sinking. And for me, it was something that, I told Kanyo, and I want to say this from record, that prior to my resignation, I was very clear with him that these are critical things that need to be addressed, and I wanted him to sincerely tell me the direction in which we're moving. Because that was, it was binding on me to make decisions if I could further my engagement with the movement. And when I woke up Saturday morning, 5 a.m. in the morning, and there was a live program going on, and some members, in fact, not even all the members, right? To be more disappointing is that the executive committee members were not even informed. People have to start asking questions in chat rooms.
The executive committee member of Centrism, you saying they were not informed?
Exactly. The meeting held to say, okay, we got this meeting with the president and we get a dedicated to go and visit. No. It was surprising to all of us that some members of the executive committee went and met the president based on what? But the thing is clear, right? And some of us, we were short-sighted. We made the decision to join the Centrism movement. Because from day one, it has been clear. If you follow the arrowhead with Kanyo, if you follow him every day, it's just about President Boakai. Even some other members of government. We saw the Chief Justice in every year when someone responded, kind of fully supported that. And at the end, there were backlashes. It's for us, we are very clear that we have built our reputation over the years. We will not make anything to ensure that it's being tarnished. That is why today we decided to partner with the Centrism movement in good faith, because we believe that our ideology and conviction over the period that we saw based on those fundamental principles and guidelines that we think that we have guided this institution, we have clearly deviated from it. And we cannot continue to
let me hold you there. Let me hold you there. It's very important. It's a reason why, and thank you for accepting the fact that you can join us today. I want to bring the guys on because we've been beating on Kanyo. Kanyo is here, and I beg you, just give him a few more minutes. Let's discuss this. I want to come to your cars. Hearing what you hear in Chalakai Grade. I mean, this is from the Centrism movement camp. What say you? I still have James on. Akaris, talk to me.
James, I think I need to ask James a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I've been Secretary General of a political party before, and even with the National Executive Committee. Sometimes the leaders have to speak when you call meeting with your people. And Kanyo is on the show all of the time, taking position as a centrist. James, does that undermine the independence of the group or the objective of the group? And you struck some of the points. For example, on the issue of taking critical position against the government or against the opposition, looking at the issue of employment, for example, you spoke to that, okay, but you said Kanye has been taking the actual decision or the consent of the executive. Is it a good leadership style?
No, it's something that does not align with best practice as a leader, especially where you have professional young people who have converged to support a particular cause. I think, in a nutshell, it's not a good political leadership style. That people, as a head, like I said, you cannot deviate yourself to say, oh, this is personal and this is centrism position. When you say something, your statement becomes a political statement. So, every time, like, Chris thinking and saying things that we believe are not aligned with the fundamental principle of
James,
real quick, Ray, we got to bring the others real quick. Go ahead,
yeah,
real quick.
James, are you aware that Kanye got appointed as first secretary by the foreign minister?
So,
Did you hear about his appointment?
I cannot, because I have not seen a communication with that, but I've received informal information from colleagues and some friends that know me that kind of have been appointed, but it's not been confirmed. And the thing is that, in the Liberian scale, we're going to say when someone get pregnant and they deny it, they're going to say, but they cannot go behind, will come in front. So if Canada is appointed, it will definitely, in the next few days or weeks, it will definitely come to the spotlight.
James, hold on 1 minute. Let me bring in Dr. Bopler. We'll go to Vendetta Patrick, Jacob Jada, and the rest of the team. Dr. Bopler, this is James from the centrism movement. He resigned today. You followed the story. I want to keep Kanye for last. What say you to what you are hearing, Dr. Bopler?
Well, let me speak to what I'm thinking, and not necessarily what I'm hearing. A centrist is somebody that has or less extreme approach to political governance. The ideology is less extreme, meaning don't go too far right, don't go too far left. So, for example, in Liberia, you say, we want to run this government where everything would be handled by one person, national, centralized. The centrists say, let's balance it, let's give the people some power. Centrism, and I want to be very clear because I've read so much and heard so much. Centrism is not political neutrality. Because if the centrist was politically neutral, then he or she would be irrelevant. So to me, Stanton, to suggest that because Kanye met with the president and said, Mr. President, we support you, then you're not a centrist, that makes sense to me.
Is that what James suggested?
Yep. Just well, you've been reading.
Is that what James suggested? Talk to James. It's on the phone.
No, I'm not saying what I started by saying. Let me tell you what I'm thinking. I said that. I said, let me tell you what I'm thinking. And I just wanted to clarify. A centrist is somebody who has a more balanced, less extreme approach to governance. It is not, or I will not support the government. A centrist is a Liberian. In our case, we were kids of Kanye and
the government or opposition's incoming government as well. Is that only to the government they should front of supporting and not be critical?
Of course you'll be critical. Of course, if there's something to be critical, a centrist is not, to me, a sycophant or a praise singer. A centrist is someone who has an approach of balance to government. If you do good, we'll compliment you. You do bad, we'll criticize you. And you'll be independent in your approach to it. That's a centrist. A centrist is not a bystander or sideliner, because then you are irrelevant, then you don't impact your national agenda. And if all of us took that approach, then we'll stagnate.
Some of the book that we have, James, let's hear from James. We got kind of surprised though. Do you think Kanye, have you ever seen him or heard him being critical on the government? Say you talk about being critical.
Do I think what now?
No. I'm asking James. Let him speak to what you just said. James, go ahead.
I'm saying no to that. Kind of never been critical on the government. It's something that I've raised that the centrist movement are taking a lukewarm approach, and like Dr. Weber said, right? I believe in the government should succeed. like I always told friends that the Liberian people are sober for too long, that anyone who will be praying for the government to fail, I refer to them as political witchcraft. Right? So the thing is that we all want the government to succeed, but there are a lot of excesses. Can we balance our advocacy? Well, are we saying that there are some good things? Can we also talk about the bad things? And we're saying the movement was based on that centrist ideology that the movement was established, but we're not seeing it. We're not seeing it. We want to see that everything is all hail the king. And some of us, we believe that comes in clear contradiction of our belief in the ideology in terms of institution we support.
Thank you, James. Let me bring in Jacob Chada. Jacob, what's the Jacob?
See, the first question I'll ask is, as an institution, I mean, did you guys first meet to define your terminology? Right? Because if you're using words like centrism, left, right, center, right, those can be very fuzzy terms, that can mean many things at different time, at different moment. It can be used ideological thing, all of that. So sometimes it's good to really be clear about the usage of the term and what you actually mean, and then everyone is on board, so that when you're about to put the word into practice, there is not misalignment and all of that. So that way, I want to start from first. Was there a clear definition of what it was? Like Doc just said, he provided, insight. Centricity can mean the whole range of different things, right? So for me, it's a little bit of a semantical confusion, confusion around semantic, which may be cropping up now, and all of that. So I just want to maybe say that for now, then I will have additional point to make.
Okay, let me bring it for that, Patrick. Thank you very much, Jacob. VP, what say you to James? James just here for a few more minutes. Let's squeeze in our quick questions.
So I think this whole debate is now about somebody drifted from an ideology. It's driven by disrespect that he experienced. And he has to be very clear to say, I'm resigning because I was disrespected. I don't like cows. And he has to be man enough to speak clearly.
Who he now? You're talking about James? You said James on the phone?
Yes. Okay. The whole issue is about the group that met the president, and he was not informed. So it was seen as being very disrespectful. He has to muster the courage to say, that is wrong. It is institutional policy. Because the issue about what Kanye has done here is in line. Centrism is to be moderate, to take moderate approach, balance both sides. All of us here, as per the way we discuss CEO, I think we are centrist. We're not for no side. One day you be on the government. When the government does something wrong, the other day you appreciate them. When they do well, we always say, hey, yeah, that's the role we play, yeah. So we are the true centrists. You understand? We are the true centrists. But what happened here, I think I'd like to encourage Kanye, if what he's saying, that you did not inform them, this is not a platform to argue. I'm encouraging you to apply the alternative dispute resolution method. Call them, say, my brother, I'm sorry, come back on board. But I think this whole thing, it is barely resignation stem from disrespect.
Thank you.
Thank you. He can tell his words, he has passion, he respects Kanye, but professionally, there are certain lines. When you cross it, then it becomes problematic. But I think he chose the wrong approach, attack centrism into something else. I think it was fundamentally based on policy different, disrespect. That's what
Thank you very much.
I think they can still correct that mistake.
Thank you very much, Jim. Just hold on 1 minute. Let me squeeze in the rest of the guys, then you can close. Then we'll bring Kanye in. Chief Fubi, let's hear you, my friend.
Yeah, so James, good evening. And I think I'll just pick up from where Vandela left off, because that's the summary of what I gathered from James' statement. That is, that the guys were not informed, basically, for things that were done, and they saw these guys drifting from the core issue that they all agreed too. And if that's the fact, especially going towards endorsing the government without the colleagues being aware, if that was true, then that was disrespectful to them. But I think on a general note, they should find a way to deal with it. And it's good when you're part of something and you also feel that you are not respected and the core value for which you join is also not being applied. The obvious thing to do is to step aside, which James did, exercise that right to step aside and let the guys to move on. And I think if you guys actually didn't, you guys sat down, few of your guys, and just took a decision where left the other people out. If that's what happened actually, then I think in future you should self-correct that and ensure that you have discussion with your team and agree. You know, it's a democratic process. And you will not have everybody agreeing 100%, but once you have the majority vote and say this is the direction, you all can move. Or at least have that discussion among your team if you actually didn't discuss with them before endorsing the government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jefferson, what say you?
Yeah, I think I understand James's problem, and he's right, because if forming the centrist movement was solely to support Bouakai, the founder should have been clear with the people instead of being deceptive. You should have told them that this movement we're forming is for us to pledge our support to Bouakai and get some appointments in the government. However, James, I just want to ask you two questions. You said in your write-up that the movement abandoned its moderate and people-centered principles. Can you name the specific decision or action that crossed the line for you? I mean, what was the actual decision that was a line crossing for you? And you described in your post that the movement is becoming a choir for praise singing. Who exactly is the movement praise singing? Those are just my two questions.
James, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, so I will just hit on some of the points the guys made and close up with Jefferson questions. So I'm not someone that believes in extreme politics. We believe that I'm more interested in being objective and critical, looking at it from a policy, analysis point of view, where we can critically look at government policy and critique it and provide policy recommendations. That's the point I come from. And I believe that the centrist movement had the caliber of people who are capable of, moving in that direction. And one thing, like VP said, like Mandela said, it's not based on the issue of being disrespected. That one, it could be, yes, I can agree. The fact that we all were executive committee members and were not informed or consulted in terms of the decision that some members were taking. But like I said, I have raised those critical issues with the executive chair, Kanio, prior to the launch, that we needed a one-on-one conversation. And I didn't want a distraction before the launch, so I said that after the launch, we'll have this conversation. And then Friday, I reached out for her to have the conversation. It was not possible because we had time difference. And at the same time, on Friday, I text Kanyo with 3 counts. And in my closing, I was very clear that I needed a sincere response from Kanyo that would have determined my continuance of engagement or membership with the centrist movement. And Kanyo responded that indeed we were going to have that conversation on Saturday. And then I woke up Saturday morning, 5 a.m., and Kanyo is pledging support to the president. So the thing is, like, not to say it's like something that I was very clear in terms of the way the movement was going. Like, okay, I moved to Jefferson. The way you asked the question, we see everything Kanyo, the only thing Kanyo posts on Facebook is we all hear the president. Even other government officials. And some of us, if Kanyo is saying these things, he's the arrowhead, he's the head of the institution. You cannot say it's personal, it's not the position of the centrist movement.
Were you not informed? I beg you. No, he got to go to where I beg you, check out, bring you in. Let me squeeze in Emmanuel and Paul, then we'll come. But real quick, were you not informed about the engagement with the president this going Saturday, James? Were you not informed?
No, it's not just James as a president, but it was not the official communication with the Senate committee.
Okay.
It was something that we also a question was asked by all of the members of the committee, even in our Senate committee chat.
Okay. Emmanuel, what say you, Emmanuel?
Well, James has the right to his decision. James, I will ask your permission if I can get your number from Stanton to talk to you, so I will get that permission. But Stanton, let's say, Robert Mugabe was very clear. Robert Mugabe said neutrality is a position. I don't know why we always have challenge with this thing. When someone say they are neutral, they have taken a position. And you see, if you look at the Unity Party very well, there is the Ellen group, and there is the Vani Sherman group. So the centric movement is trying to bring those groups together. So when you are in the center of those two groups, that's what happened. And that's what the movement is all about. I don't know why we keep fighting our brother Kanyo. Kanyo is a very smart counselor. I respect him. I respect the wisdom he has. But look at it. There's two groups in the Unity Party, and they have to be eccentric to take care of this challenge and problem we have. But Jim, let's share a number and have a conversation, my brother.
Thank you very much, Paul.
Thank you, Stanton. Good evening, James. Good to have you on board. I share your sentiment. There are a lot that could be discussed in there concerning the action of your leader. You see, political centrism is not passive neutrality. You cannot, you need, it's nothing wrong with a centrist party or centrist movement actually endorsing the action of government. So I need to ask you a question. And you spoke well about your platform or whatever your founding principle. Do you have a principle on which the chairman or I don't know Kanyo position there, he stood on to be able to endorse the president? I need to get clear. Did Kanyo endorse the government or a particular action of the government? Because when you endorse the government, means that you are in line with everything the government is doing. But if you endorse a particular segment or particular policy action of certain things the government did, then it is clear for us to understand. So I'll come back to ask the question. What is it that the centric endorsed? Did it endorse Unity Party, Joseph Boakai government going forward? Or is there a particular aspect of the government actions that was endorsed by the centric group? And let me make that clear. There's pro-life and pro-choice. Biden can decide. What the gentleman from Nevada, whatever that gentleman is, he can decide these people pass affordable action that actually help the pregnant woman to go and do abortion in certain time. Somebody who is a century who is against abortion or pro-life and say let people take their choice can clap for the government position on that particular position, but they will not go and endorse the entire Trump or the Republican government. So let's ask this question: who did Kanyo endorse?
But Kanyo will speak. How can you ask James and Kanyo? Yeah, he will speak. That question for Kanyo, not for James. Paul speaking, Jacob. Paul speaking.
James is reacting to an action. I wanted to ask James, what action is he reacting to? Is he reacting? Yeah, that's why I wanted James to clarify.
Okay, James, can you clarify Paul questions or his concern?
Yes, so like I have previously stated, this is not just because of the endorsement of the Boakai regime, because the team that met with the president endorsed the Boakai regime. It was not on the particular policy action. And I have said that it was not based on this single endorsement. One, I spoke of the lukewarm approach that the movement have not been able in time past to critically analyze and also come up with any policy recommendation in terms of some of the excesses of the government, but only moving in one direction, that is doing everything possible to lie in with the leadership and the presidency. And that was some of the issue, like I said, I raised with Kanye, and I wanted a clear understanding in terms of if you are telling me that this is what we're going, and I don't believe in that, I was clear to move out. So it's something that also prompted it. So it's not just a singular action like the few guys that met with the president prompted my action. I was already clear, my foot was out based on the way in which the movement was moving.
Thank you. Jacob, you were squeezing your question before bringing Kanye.
I just wanted to add, as an organization, I made a point for it, but I think people didn't respond to it. Why are you guys working definition for centrism? Because I hear people talk about the United States, people use words. How did you guys as an organization define what centrism is? Because based on that definition, you can determine whether somebody is stepping outside your definition as an organization or they're in the realm of your definition. That's the question I wanted to ask. So James, what do you agree on as a definition of centrism for your own organization perspective?
Yes, so Jacob, Kanye will come and say that, but it's a more objective approach where, in a simple term, we say if government do good, we acknowledge, yes, indeed, because we all want the country to progress. If there are excesses, there are issues of bad governance, we should also be in that position to highlight it.
Okay.
So yes.
So that's like a CSO group, right?
Thank you, Jacob. Jacob Becky, we got to go. Let's hear from Kanye. James, hold on 1 minute. Kanye, it's on to you now. Wrap this thing up. We're going to give you the last 4 years, then we're going to move to our other important topics for tonight. Kanye.
Well, thank you, CEO, and thank you to all the other panelists for the insightful questions and feedback. CEO, I hope you will give me the opportunity to substantively respond, because in this particular instance, when you put me in the hot seat, you did not give me the opportunity to respond to each of the issues. You allowed a full round and repeated interjections from my brother James. So I think it will only be appropriate to allow me to exhaust most of the points that were raised. The first thing I would say is that I thank James for his service. I respect him. He's a fine young man. I saw in him the opportunity to build something substantive, something momentous around. But in the case with, being young and youthful also comes a level of, lack of emotional intelligence. And sometimes that plays out in how we respond to the things that emerge within leadership. And I can understand that. So I thank him for his service, and I have no issues with his resignation. However, it's important for the record to be clear. Emotional immaturity aside, it's important for the record to be clear for those who are listening. I think James has been used and manipulated, and I think he's being used particularly to sabotage the movement. And I think people have preyed on his emotional intelligence and has brought him to this level. Jacob asked two very salient questions at the beginning of this discourse. Jacob said, what is your working definition of centrism? What did you people agree on as the modus of how you will operate? Jacob, when you start a process, you do not allow it to run without defining the contours. And so when I recruited James, and by the way, James is only one person out of a 5-member diaspora secretariat in leadership. And in the last meeting they held, James tried to recruit all 4 of them to resign. And they rejected him. And they said, no, you can resign for yourself, but you cannot resign for us. As a matter of fact, if we have issues, we are going to speak to Kanye to understand what the issues are. That is emotional intelligence. All of the people who are leaders on the diaspora secretariat, before they officially joined the movement, we had a whole tele-meeting where we lay out very substantively our approach. That we are not an opposition bombastic political party. That our role is not condemnatory. That our critique is couched as recommendations to government. that we will collaboratively work with government. We made that very clear from the beginning. James was in that meeting, and all other leaders of the Diaspora Secretariat were in that meeting. In addition to that briefing, we shared with them the 19 guiding principles of the Century Movement. It is in writing. The manifesto of the Century Movement, it is in writing, and they all have it. So they know how we engage and how our politics is guided, not by lambasting government and condemning government. James, like I said, is being used and is susceptible. A couple of months ago, James came to me in box when he started the process of questioning our approach, which I welcome. He said to me, I think you are going soft on the government. I said, how? He said, we are not criticizing government as we should. I said, tell me why. He said, we don't see criticism. I said, but look on our page. There are more than 5 different instances when we issue positions on government. On the official page of the Century Movement, we talk about the drug issue, we talk about the issue of education, we talk about the issue of the economy, we talk about how to stabilize prices. It's all on our page. If James had just taken the time to read the manifesto, the guiding principles, and our critiques that are now on our page, that are shared in our chat room CEO, so you can click a link and see, you will realize that we were actually engaged in critique. But what James has been massaged into believing and weaponized into believing is that we must insult the government. And that is not our modus operandi. It has never been our modus operandi, and we will not do so. So when he came to me months ago and he said, we are not criticizing government, I said, what do you mean? I said, look, this is how we do our critique here. We don't do it like we're somewhere trying to run the government out of power. He left that. A month later, he came back again to me. And he said, look, I have a local NGO in Liberia. That local NGO has done an impact assessment and there is widespread corruption in the country. I am going to take a struggle against the government. Those were James's words. So I said to him, look, I respect your position, but just how I adopt positions that are my positions, and I make it clear that they are on my page and they don't represent the movement, when you are prepared to take your struggle of corruption against the government, because you are head of our Diaspora Secretariat, please make it clear that it is only your position. Also, I think you should share this with other members of the steering committee. James's response was that he does not believe the steering committee is relevant in this matter. In fact, he's just informing me so I know, and he's going to proceed. I let the matter rest. After that, he came back to me again a few weeks ago. Look, I think that we need clear direction on certain things. When are we going to become a political party? When will we criticize the government? And I think you are going soft on the government. So I told him, I said, look, we can talk about this. Let's find the time to talk. We agreed that we would talk. He tried calling me. He didn't get me. I missed his call. And the next thing that happened after that and other members of the committee was we had this meeting with the president. Now, out of the steering committee of 11 persons, including James, 6 of those, which includes all of those that are resident in Liberia, was at the meeting with the president. So how can you claim that the steering committee did not know about the meeting with the president, when 6 of all of the steering committee members that are resident in Liberia were aware? There is a reason why James was not aware, and he has just justified that reason, because months ago he made it very clear to me that he was on a mission of sabotage by the things he said, by the stuff he was doing publicly. And immediately when James saw the meeting that we were having with the president, a normal person who was not aware will reach out to inquire. That's what responsible leaders do. But again, like I said, he's young, he's rash, and he can be manipulated for his, few minutes of fame. So let him have it. But nobody what somebody will do. CEO, let me have the opportunity to respond. And look, let me have the opportunity to respond. So they will reach out to clarify. James' first action was to go to Facebook and publish a post that was denigrating not only of me,
but of the movement that he serves as head of Diaspora Secretariat. After James made that post, he came to my inbox and said, look, I am out of the movement and I will publish my resignation shortly. So I responded to him, is this position your final position? He never said anything. After that meeting, he went and convened a meeting with the Diaspora Secretariat, the leadership, in the hope to convince all of them to also resign. In that meeting, they all said to him, James, you are now on the ground. Those who are on the ground made a decision. We may have issues. Let's hear from them. Why is it this decision was taken? He said, I will resign on behalf of all of you. And they told him, said, no, you can only resign for yourself. We are not resigning.
Thank you.
When he came back, I'm concluding.
Yeah, you got.
Yes, but I need to conclude on the CEO. It's only fair. So we have all of the facts. So what did I do then? Before James finally resigned, I just screenshotted a post he made on Facebook where he was there castigating the movement, castigating others. I put it in the steering committee and I said, look, this is what a member of the steering committee is doing publicly. Another member asked him, James, what is this? Are you still a part of us? Because we all agree to an NDA to operate confidentially because we are organized people. The movement is not just one person, it's an organized structure. We agree to operate confidentially and to speak clearly to each other. And then James declared, no, I no longer want to be part of the movement, and he left. So let's come to the reality here.
Did you or any member of the team inform James about meeting the president?
Let's, like I indicated to you, Stanton, James had demonstrated a pattern of belligerence already. And because I knew that he had been manipulated, he had been weaponized already. He doesn't know that I know. The people he speak to every day, they speak to me. I know James as a young leader. I know most of the police that he engages with. But Stanton, if you ask me a question, let me respond.
Yeah, but just yes or no, did you inform him?
No, I cannot do yes or no. I can respond with the facts.
No,
and
no,
the
yeah,
fact is, the facts are...
You're dragging on because we got to go. We don't have the luxury of time. So can you get to the answer? Did you or any member of the...
I ain't getting to the answer if only you would give me the opportunity to do so. Like the way you did 1 hour, you went around and I was quiet. Now it's my time to respond. Let me have the opportunity to respond.
But I will hold you there, James. Can you do your closing? Because I know you got to go.
No, but then Stanton, then I don't think you want my response.
It's coming Friday. He said he would just call in. He got to go back to work. I can't hold you on the phone.
No, but that's not how it works, Stanton. Then you are deliberately taking aside.
But
this is an open discourse.
Close. I cannot give you more than a minute. Close. We got to move on.
Yeah, you agree you got to move on, but that's why you give everybody the opportunity to speak, and it's now my time to clarify. So let me clarify.
You are clarified enough, Kanye. You stay here with us. We got to.
I don't think you can determine whether I clarify enough. You are the one who's interrupting me consistently.
Kanyo,
Kanyo, you spoke for long. We gotta be honest too.
Let me conclude. If the CEO allow me to conclude, then we will conclude.
Guys, 1 minute now. We're gonna ask
James. So may I conclude?
No, Kanyo, wait. Let James conclude. He got to go back to work, and we'll come.
No, CEO. I don't think that is proper. I don't think that is proper. I don't agree.
Sometimes incentrism is not proper.
So no, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that, CEO.
James,
yeah, no, I will not be a party. I will not be a party to James responding and I sit here. So if you want James to respond, fine. I will end my presentation and leave. But I will not do that.
Can you wait 1 minute?
No, but Kanyo, the man is he's at work.
The opportunity to respond and sat here and listen to everybody speak.
Still conclude. Again, maybe you're not hearing it because you don't want to hear it. The brother left his job to give us a few minutes to talk to us. He will be on the show.
He can come by. You can bring us a special guest.
Wait, can you stop? The brother will be here on Friday to talk to us. We got to ask him.
Let him come on Friday as a special guest.
We got to ask him to close and leave. Then you can continue talking to Judgment Day. So
no, CEO, I don't think.
I start acting like Vandela Patrick about. Let's listen to the man.
No, I will not do that. If you want me to close, let me take my time close, and I will just leave the show tonight. Let me take the time I got, add it to his time, and every more time I got for tonight, let him use it.
Counselor,
you are wrong. The man has the time to close. He has to
it's
go
a
and
talk
go.
show.
What's the big deal about that?
Okay, so let a CEO run his show. It's a talk show, Counselor. It's not good. I beg you. We're not adjudicating the matter.
James Koya. James Koya, we want to say please close. I know you'll come back on Friday. Let's give you the time to close. Thank you for joining them. From there, we'll go to Kanyo. Go ahead, James.
Thank you very much, CEO, and to the listening audience. I would say Kanyo provided a lot of misinformation. People that follow me know that I have not been someone that I've been involved in a political party and being screamed just to criticize. He continues to use the word. I told him, let's criticize. No. Right? And the thing is that when Kanyo recruited me, when we had this conversation, I was very clear on some key points. I was not prepared to be part of any institution that was just being politically engaged and trying to look for anything. As someone that believes in objective advocacy, people that know me of that. My advocacy have been based clearly on objective issues. And for kind of say that I've been manipulated by who? If I want young men at 21 international Liberian youth going to civil society work, I'm not doing any political party like person should know me. I have been an independent person. So I believe in being objective and critical. If I say let be critical, I'm not saying let criticize with all being objective. So we'll speak to most of these on Friday, but I want to be very clear that kind of should not be saying that I've been manipulated, talking about emotional intelligence. No, let me frank. See, as I close, I'll be back on Friday. In my position, I've been very clear that the citizen movement of which it was established has clearly, and trust me, this movement is dead upon arrival, and we're not seeing any significant impact of this movement because people have their own selfish interest and they ride on some of us in terms of getting to where they wanted to get. Well, I would say that we will be back on Friday. I'll be more detailed on Friday. Like I said, it was just something that you coming up and I decided to just make the call and participate. But Friday will be more detailed, step by step, and provide those clear arguments in terms of our position we took in terms of parting way with this industry.
Well, were you the only person resigning? Did you talk to the other members to resign?
The first thing was like that meeting was not called by me. It was called by another member with like, okay, James, can we have this meeting? Can we talk about it? And in that meeting, I was very clear with my position that it's not just because of the engagement with the president that I'm leaving, but I have clearly seen like, I know the direction is moving. We've been around political activities, student and youth leadership all the time. When you see particular institutions moving a particular way, you already know where they will learn.
Thank you.
So
we're going to have you.
That meeting, that indeed my position was clear with them. I never encouraged anyone to resign with me. Was that it's a falsehood.
Thank you.
Information about it.
Thank you very much, James. We'll see you on Friday by God's grace in the studio.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I want to say thanks to all of you, man. It's good to clear the air, and our brother Kanyo. I know you'll be more disciplined, but we don't have the time to run with this story. We just come and say it, and we can better make the adjustment on Friday. Again, I want to say welcome to the show. Guys, we got a lot to cover. We hope we manage the time well. It's 5:40 Eastern Time, USA, of course, 10:40 in Liberia. This is what we do. We're going to welcome T. Wonokai of Fangalo. We'll get to him later. Honorable Gray, let's talk about the budget that we are hearing. Thomas complaining, Musa Bediti is complaining the budget left them and went to the Senate. I want to start with you, Honorable Karis Mose Gray. The whole thing, and I hope that we can bring back our brother Councillor Gould. He was very passionate and he really wanted to discuss this. The budget. My only reason why I think it left the house is because they don't trust the regime speaker. That's me saying it, because nobody he will add to it. He will either have more corrupt numbers, and it would just be a mess up budget because he's just another corrupt speaker. But let's talk about the Constitution here. Let's forget about what I said, right? Let's talk about the importance of the House or the Senate both discussing this budget. What say you, Karis Gray? You were there before. What's going on here?
To be frank, it's good that the council come here because I have some agreement and disagreement with him on the budget issue. The first thing is on the established fact that the budget is a financial bill, because there's a distinction between a revenue bill and a financial bill. The revenue bills are clearly cataloged in Article 34D(R) of the Liberian Constitution. They give examples of the revenue bills. Then they say all financial bills will originate in the House of Representatives. That's why, in fact, the executive presents the bill to the speaker. And the speaker onward gave that bill to the floor for further determination through the relevant committee. The problem I have with the House of Representatives under this administration is that they sold that birthright. You know, I spoke to a few members of the House of Representatives when the Senate got together on the issue of the storage charge. They made a recommendation. The Senate sent a recommendation to the president for the president to act on it. That is revenue generation. That should have been a revenue bill that should have originated from the House. They should have checkmated the House, the Senate immediately without any hesitation. Now, the tendency of the Liberian Senate to be running with the budget is an insult to the House. Just that tendency to be running with the budget. Why is with the House for discussion? The House demonstrated under our administration at a point in time when we were there, the House demonstrated a kind of a working relationship with the Senate. Usually they will have the joint committee meeting and hearing, okay, just to accommodate them. But that is presided over by the House because the revenue bills and the financial bills originate in the House. So the House is
we understand that because we had a long conversation in the church. But what do you think is happening now under this government? Forget Constitution yet. Okay. Talk to me now. Why is it?
Let me leave Constitution because it's a whole day argument. The first thing here is that the guy who tweaked the budget, the guys who actually are the custodian of the budget in the legislature, majority of them have migrated to the Senate. You got Moi there, he has migrated. You got Nukwe there, he has migrated. You have Ellis Tata, who used to be chairman of Business and Finance before coming on to become speaker on a snow. So all those technocrats and all those guys who know how to tweak the budget, they are there. The first budget year, the House allowed that budget to a greater extent. After the budget was even recalled, it went to the Senate. And the Senate looked at that budget, or even getting the House input and Senate. I got $95 million. Actually, that was the Senate. And then the House said we didn't send that. So it became a problem. So the House is toothless. The House itself, they are disorganized. They cannot hold. So they have become dysfunctional. So the Senate has ascribed to us a function that belongs to the House. Look at the committee today. The Committee on Waste, Means and Finance. You have Mike Drury there. Mike is not a forceful guy. Mike Drury from Maryland County. He has not been in the center of budget debate or on the budget committee to make forceful, forceful presentation. He has not been there. Thomas Farah runs the budget to a greater extent. So Thomas Farah and the guys in the Senate work together before. It's easier for Thomas Farah to yes, my mayor go ahead, you know. So Farah is involved with the Senate. So the House has sold its own right to the Liberian Senate. And sometimes I just said on live, I said, look, you got all this power, you sit and you allow the Senate to run with your authority, you sop in your legislative function, and then you say nothing about it. So it's just a toothless House. And like somebody rightfully said before, the powerful few who have to run the government are in the Senate, so they are running the budget again. And when they make that determination, don't be surprised. They will just send it back to their men. Majority will agree.
Is it because they don't trust the speaker? We got to leave it great. But real quick, answer. Is it because the speaker is part of the executive branch now?
No, this because besides being part of the executive branch, not being the executive branch, he's a limb dog speaker. Thomas Farah run that place. He has no authority. He's a limb dog. I'm sorry to say that, but that place is being run by the deputy speaker.
Well,
And the deputy speaker.
why are you concerned now that Musa Bedete, Thomas, Representative Thomas, all of them, they are saying, my man, why you sat? Well, actually, why the speaker sat there and the budget went to the Senate? And they usually give both copies, right? One to the Senate, one to the House, right?
But the official presentation is done to the House.
Exactly. So the
yes,
House,
to the speaker.
So the House have this budget.
Yes.
But are they discussing the budget?
Yeah, they haven't. I guess they haven't budget hearing. But the thing is that the Senate will always lead them because, like I said, the speaker is a lame dog speaker. The guys who have to make it in the Senate.
How did we make him a speaker? But let's leave him great. Let's leave him for a bit.
That one, you can answer that one. Yeah.
Yeah, Emmanuel, how this guy become a speaker though? That they run a circle around him, and he there crying like a little boy, saying that he will persecute the press, he will jail them, but they focus on his job, right? He got no one idea how to run that place. He never have a full quorum of 37 plus men. This guy has become the most corrupt speaker. And that's why we are saying we're going to remove him, not only as speaker, but our representative. Because
yeah, before somebody come in, I just wanted to ask something quick. Once the guy started speaking, say your budget protected, Thomas Fala will just play on him. He to hell with the rest of the team. So the Senate deal with it and Fala deal with it. That's it right there.
Yeah. Emmanuel, what are your concern here, Emmanuel? What's going on?
Lots of concerns, Stanton. Remember, when we were in African history class, Stanton, sorry, I meant that little premise. There was this
you must say not the same age, man. We're older than me. Don't do that.
That was the thing we used to say when the European came, they asked us to pray. When we close our eyes to pray, by the time we open our eyes, all our land were taken away from us. You know, and that's the thing we see. Look, the president of the Republic of Liberia took a certain speaker with him to Rome to pray. While those prayers were going on, this regime speaker and others were running a parallel section trying to get into the budget. Look, when you sell your soul, it is difficult for you to be in control. And that's the problem we have here. Because this whole fight with Fanatic Kofa started with budget issue. And that's why the House has separate sections. And the government officials refused in the last budget year to go to the section that were headed by Speaker Fanatic Kofa. So we had this kind of rigmarole budget we have today. Now that we have come to this place, because he was not properly trained, he was not properly schooled through the process. That's why we have all the halubalu going on. And at the end of the day, I believe if we interview the speaker tomorrow, he will tell us that he's a regime speaker and that it's a regime budget, so he can go to the Senate without any deep conversation in the House of Representatives. And that is not fair for the Liberian people. It's not fair to us as a people. It is not fair to the country. It's just unjust.
Emmanuel, I beg you. Let us tell our brother T. Wanoka, you got a towel on your chest, but man, we know it's hard, but you can put a towel down. Yeah, thank you very much, brother. But on a serious note, Emmanuel, look at this guy, right? A regime speaker, right? And he's not going to manage anything. There will be no manners. There will only be an addition for more money that will go into the pocket. So it doesn't matter whether you see the budget or not. It's about what President Bwanga wanted, what he would get President Bwanga. What the executive is asking for, he will not touch it. There will be no, let them try to look into this aspect. Now, honor him. Freeport is not contributing. LPRC, Water and Sewer, all this SOE, they are not contributing because that's the agreement they have, right? And this is a big one because this guy said he's a regime speaker. He will only do, this guy is like the political representative by that board. He will only do that which the president want him to do. So I see people Thomas they crying and say they see the budget. They may care less whether you see budget. The only thing is that you say, you ready? Let me sign it. Let me sign it. That's all you want to do, Fubi. The man just want to sign. The man want to sign this thing, and he can go into his 33-bedroom mansion here and the advisor guy. I don't know what that advisor name is. I'm not calling nobody name. But this guy is a disaster to the nation. This guy is a problematic man. There's somebody said he was teaching LU. I see why LU have the lowest capacity. St. Charlie Quintan, all of this man being a teacher. This guy cannot represent Liberia. He's just there for the money. So the next 4 years, he will just serve. But for me, what are your concerns? Knowing that we have Speaker Herrings. We had a person they call Speaker Richard Herrings. Am I correct? If he speak, the president will tremble. Even in the interim government, Speaker Mondo Yondo Makomra. I mean, to tell you the truth, I know these people. We read history. Give me some of the speaker Nina, we know. But you got to put a buffoon of a speaker that all he does is to generate money and satisfy his advisor to the president. And he's dancing. I mean, that's a disgrace for our country. But what say you, Fubi? What are your concerns here with this regime speaker?
Okay, so for me, going to the budget, the first thing I would say, I think the letter from Musa Belete, Representative Musa Belete, was wrong. The Senate was in no violation of having public hearing on the budget, because the Senate also has a right to have hearing on the budget. So the House is also conducting a hearing. So the House and the Senate, both of them are not wrong to conduct hearing on the budget. The Senate, what the Senate cannot do, the Senate cannot pass on the budget without the House passing on the budget. And after the Senate have done a hearing, it helps to speed things up. So when the House passes on the budget and forward to the Senate for concurrence, if the Senate has issue from the previous hearing that I already had, they can raise those issues as a proposal to the House and say, based on our review of the budget and our very public hearing we had, these are issues that we had that we identified. So they can move now into the concurrence or have a joint committee hearing and fully discuss the budget and close up on all the different issues that were identified. So Musa Belete letter was wrong. I think he shouldn't have written that to say that they should call the Senate to order and hold the Senate because it was constitutional issue. No, I disagree with that 100%. So the House has, Article 34, DR, DRR, and DR, Article 34, DR, Article 34, DRR, Article 34, DRR. You got 3 different parts to that one article, and it tries to address different issues. By the end of the day, all of those issues are tied into what supporting the national budget in different form and manner. So to use Article 34 DR and say, based on this is a violation, the Senate will cut their public hearing, that was wrong. I think he needs to go back and review the article and get some more insight and get some help from other team members, and have a broader consultation before trying to label it as being a violation of the Constitution. So I think that was wrong from his angle. So I don't think the Senate will also buy into that. And I also don't think the House should be done.
With the DI and DIII. Let's talk about your concern now. The Senate is operating this thing. You got the regime speaker crying wolf, but there'll be no addition on this thing. What are your concerns here? Where is the people in their interest?
The House of Representatives should conduct for public hearings. The House of Representatives should review the budget as it is and see where there are issues and what they can do to ensure that the budget works for the people, because they already received the draft. So they should do their own work. And at the same time, they can push to have a joint session with the Senate if they so desire, so that they can fast track things, or pass on the budget, forward to the Senate review and give them their proposal or concur. If the Senate doesn't concur, they give them their proposal and they go back to have a joint session and finalize on it. So both of them, I don't think they're in the wrong. So the House should focus on her own hearing and be able to advance those issues that are affecting the country and see how they can.
Stop shaking your head, Jefferson. Let's keep focus. I'm begging you, distracting us. We're shaking your head, please. Go ahead before we finish up.
Yeah, so the House should conduct her own hearings and ensure that those items within the budget that affecting the people, like everybody raising different concerns, and bring those concerns to the table, and they should be able to zero in on them. Then they can move on, pass on the budget if they're okay with it, for the Senate to do a concurrence or give a proposal.
What was the House issue here? It said that the Senate doing this thing before them, or they want a joint committee hearing on it, or Senate shouldn't do it yet. I mean, what's the main issue here from the talk to the Liberian people?
That misinterpretation to say that the Senate cannot do hearing before them. That's misinterpretation. I think they're wrong. If that's the general thinking and not just limited to Musa Benete's letter, if that's the general thinking from the legislature, from the House of Representatives, and they are already wrong to say the Senate cannot do budget hearing. The Senate has all the right to do budget hearing, but the Senate cannot pass on the budget before the House.
Whose signature on the budget, on the final budget? Whose signature? President, Vice President, who?
The Speaker will sign on the budget. The Speaker will sign on the budget. That's for sure. Wait.
Let Fubi finish. Fubi, go ahead.
Yeah, when the House passes on it, the Speaker will sign on it.
Okay.
Then move to the Senate. The Senate got the Vice President signs also on behalf of the Senate.
So thank you, Fubi. There's a reason I asked. Make a note that Bopla will go to my brother from Dela Patrick. Bopla, what's the loss here? Is it on? But make your point, then we can ask you some questions. Dato, go ahead.
So Stanton, the budget process in Liberia is clear. So Region 8, it comes to the president's office. From the president across the street, it goes to the House. The Speaker receives it. The House does its work first. The Senate does have the right for concurrence and responsibility. By the way, it cannot become law without Senate concurrence. So the Senate to concur, for me to concur with something that Honorable Gray produced, I need to read it, understand it, and discuss it. So in the process, the Senate would do budget hearing. I think what's happening here is the Senate just kind of went ahead a little bit. You want to be prepared, so they're looking at the budget and discussing it. But the House got to do its work, and then it goes to the Senate for concurrence. And there are areas of differences. Then they do what they call the conference committee, right? Great conference committee. Two lower house, upper house to come together and they iron things out, because they have to present one version back to the president, who will sign into law. So nothing's wrong here. What's happening? The Senate is doing its work. I'm not sure what our mobility was really pointing out, but by law and process and practice, things are being done the right way.
I don't think so.
Do you have any concern about the crying of the House members? There must be a reason why they are crying, though.
You asking me if I have concerns?
Yes, Dr. Bopla. Why do you think the House members are crying?
I didn't understand your question, CEO.
Why do you think the House members are crying and they're writing and saying, bring back our budgets, Senator, don't go ahead of us, allow us to do our job? Why are they crying?
I'm not sure. I really am not. It could be politics. It could be honest misunderstanding of the process. But for the budget to leave the first branch of government and go back to the executive branch of government, it must have concurrence by the Senate. The budget is not something that
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Greg, what's come to you? Let it that up in. I beg you, Chief.
The law says they may. They may, that means they have a legal, that means they have a legal prerogative. That means they can exercise that prerogative. And obviously they are doing so. But for it to be law, no budget can become law with just the House of Representatives. Not in Liberia, not in the Liberian Constitution. I read that piece there.
So before we leave you real quick, the budget comes in from the executive. Am I correct?
Correct.
To the House.
Correct.
From the House, where is the budget going?
The budget goes to the Senate for concurrence. For the budget to leave the legislative branch of government, both houses.
No, Dr. Bopla, don't put them together yet. We're trying to understand why they're fighting. The budget leaving the executive. And the Liberian people that listen to us on radio, they gotta understand. It goes directly to the speaker, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So from the speaker, then where next?
To the Senate.
The budget goes to the speaker, and the House does its work. Okay, the House does its work. From there, it goes to the Senate for concurrence. I think what we hear the senators saying is that we are just working along now. So by the time you bring it to us,
No, really that. So from the Senate, where next?
Then the budget is signed by the speaker and I believe it's the vice president from
Yeah,
the Senate.
and the secretary of the Senate and that of the chief clerk of the House.
Very good.
Then what next? From the Senate, what next?
Then it goes back to the president. It goes to the president, and until the president signs, it does not
Who
become.
sent it? Who sent it to the
The
president?
president is the speaker.
Aha. So let me hold you right there. It leaves the speaker, the work on the work together. The vice president signed, the clerk and all of them signed, but it comes back to the House Speaker, and the Speaker then send it back to Mr. President, the executive. Am I correct?
Correct.
On the procedure.
Okay. Jacob, why your political leader Musa Belete wrote such a letter?
No. I mean, I think from my point of view, I had the time to read the letter, and I've also been hearing and reading different points of view on Honorable Belete's letter. So just applying, a simple understanding for me. So the Constitution says, or the function of the Senate is to concur, right? They have a concurrence responsibility. But my question is that, I mean, for the fact that the deliberation of the budget is still ongoing at the House of Representatives, for example, and they don't have a budget document yet that has been submitted to the Senate, my question now is, what are they conducting hearing on? On what budget book, on what document are hearings being conducted on, for example? Because the Senate, for me, can only act effectively and perform whatever function they want to perform if they have a finalized version of the budget that comes from the House of Representatives. So you don't have a document yet, a budget book yet from the House of Representatives. So you're conducting hearing at the Senate on what document, on what budget book are you conducting the hearing on? I mean, for me, that's just like a common sense way for me of looking at it. I don't see, maybe Honorable Greg can say something about that, but I don't know what kind of budget book are they having, because they should conduct hearing on the budget book that comes and is finalized by the House of Representatives. And I think that's the idea, that's the logic, within the Constitution say you have to concur. So we'll concur and the document has to come first in the House.
Yeah, someone we need to come in a little bit, man.
No, but you're coming up, Ben. Can I get all the I won't keep you for last because you're the only man that sat on that in that place for 12 years. So give us a chance. Let's do our 10-1. Then you can come in to bring the shot. Vandera Patrick, this looks simple, but it's more complicated. Help us the best way you can. Your people listen to you, Vandera.
So CEO, I think the power of the speaker is being disrespected. Members of the House of Representatives, they are disrespected. It's unfortunate. We have to state that clearly. Article 34D and R is the legal basis.
Why do you think so? Why do you think the speaker power is disrespected? Are you going to put it on the speaker, or people just wait for the disrespecting him?
No, the entire House. He represents the entire House. So when I say the speaker, I'm talking about the entire House.
Okay.
He's the chief administrator of 73 members. So if he's disrespected, it means the entire body is disrespected. That's what I'm saying. So Article 34D and R, it's just clearly, we got to be very clear here, that all revenue bills and all of financial bills shall originate from the House of Representatives. The argument is, CEO, the national budget is an appropriation bill, or in other words, it's a financial bill, and it emanates or originates from the House of Representatives. For the fact that the Senate that's supposed to concur with the House of Representatives is taking the first official step to scrutinize the budget, undermines the power of the House of Representatives. They're supposed to wait. When we shall have done our scrutiny, we send it to you. But you cannot be the first person to scrutinize the budget. If it was committee hearing, the deliberating among themselves, there's no problem with that. But you inviting ministries and agencies, it undermines the tenets of our democracy, and it's a shame. It should not be that way. In fact, I'm not a lawyer, but law is precedent. The budget is a law, and we know that law is precedent. When was the last time in your year? Let everybody tell me here. Anybody tell me here. When was the last time for the past 20 years where budget hearing started with the Senate? When was the last time it happened? The only reason the Constitution was written, specifically Article 34D and R, it was clear that people should subscribe to the tenets of democratic values and principles. And this article states clearly that all revenue bills and other financial bills shall originate from the House. That's why the executive branch, knowing fully well that the financial bill or appropriation bill should originate from the House, that's why the Speaker was presented that particular bill, the national budget, the draft, to the Speaker, because they know from there it will go to the House or Senate for concurrence. The fact that the Senate took the first official step to scrutinize the budget is a violation of this Constitution. It undermines the tenets of our democracy. We should call it a shame. The Speaker is not inept. The Speaker is not stupid, but people are using power rather than authority given to them by the Constitution.
Can I ask you a question, VP? Then we'll bring in Jefferson, Alberto, Paul, and the councillor. VP, how many budget document goes to the Capitol building? Is that one set, two, one to the Senate, one to the House, or just one? How many?
Even when they carry 50, the bottom line is officially presented. Have you seen the executive presenting official budget as a first step to the Senate protest? No.
No. I understand. We all trying to Vendetta. Hey, Vendetta, we're trying to understand, man. Don't say whether they care 50. There's a reason why we're asking the question. The same copy they gave to Speaker from the Finance Minister, that the same copy go to the Senate, or the Senate have their own copy?
Well, the same copy.
Yes.
Okay.
The same copy.
Okay. And that's
130 of them, they should present more than 130 of the copies that they presented to the Speaker.
Great. 2021, you were in the House. Were there separate budget hearing? Something like this?
The first thing is that if anybody told you there have been separate budget hearing, why the budget is presented, the person in error. What the House did, not just 2021, the House decided that we invite the Committee on Business and Finance of the Liberian Senate to sit with them so that when they send a document for concurrent, it can be easier. That does not prevent the House from having a public hearing, and that does not encourage the Senate to have a separate independent public hearing. Because, for example, in case you invite the Finance Minister today, and the Senate invited the same Finance Minister, we will go to.
Now who you right there? Right there. Thank you very much. I will skip you because your superior has spoken briefly. We'll come back to you. Let's go to La Famille. Let's hear that rank. The men are general, but not general. Let's go to Councillor Gu and Paul Kennedy, then we'll come to you. You're corporal, the men are general. Councillor Gu, I saw you fighting in the chat room, my brother. Talk to us. Bring some of the chat room conversation up. What's going on here, Councillor? Councillor, can you hear us?
I'm hearing you. Getting me?
Yes, go ahead. What's your input?
Okay. So, first thing, let's look at what the Constitution says in Article 34DR. And there's a key word there. All revenue bills, whether subsidies, charges, imposts, duties, or taxes, and other revenue, other financial bills shall originate in the House of Representatives. That's the key. I will start right there. Then we go and define the word originate. What does the word mean? It means to begin, to arise, or to come into existence, or to cause something to start. So let's come back to the argument. If the House of Representatives argument is that the Senate has begun to discuss the budget when the House has yet to start the process, then the argument is grounded in law. But if the argument is that you have started the budget process already, so I don't need to wait for you to finish, I can also be concurrently carry on the process, then the Senate will be in no error. So I didn't read Musa's letter, but I think I listened to Fandara Patrick and other persons here who are saying, assuming that what they're saying is what Musa wrote, that the Senate was the one that began the budget process. If that is the case, then the Senate is in error. Then it's strictly against the law, because it says that that process must originate. And we have defined the word originate, what it means. It must start, must begin, must arise. So it means the House of Representatives must start the budget process first. It must open the process of hearing before the Senate can decide. Maybe the House of Representatives will call the Minister of Finance today. The Senate can call the Minister of Finance after it appears before the House of Representatives. The Senate committee can call the Minister of Finance to its hearing to get prepared, because you don't want for the Senate to wait for 2 months. The House will take 2 months to pass on the budget, discuss it. It goes to the Senate. The Senate takes another 2 months to get there, almost 4 or 5 months. So normally they will do it concurrently. But the opening process must begin from the House of Representatives. And that is the reason why the budget is submitted to the Speaker, because the Speaker is considered to be the official head of the legislature. And the President is presenting the budget to the legislature. So it's presented to the Speaker, and then copies are sent to the Senate to prepare them. So in short, if the argument here is that the House has not begun the budget process yet, they have not started deliberation, and the Senate have begun, then the Senate is acting in error, because the law says it must originate. And defining the word originate, it means that it must start, it must commence, it must exist from that ballot first. But if the argument is that no, you've already started the process, so I'm going ahead to do it, then the Senate will not be in error.
Thank you very much. Paul, what say you?
The Senate overstep its bounds. The Senate should not be reviewing budget while the House is conducting its hearing on the budget, because Article 34DR says, the Councilor Jerry, I'm no lawyer, but under that, it tells you that the Senate is doing two things. The Senate is, first of all, waiting for the budget to be reviewed, amended, with all recommendations coming from the House of Rep before it's act. So if the Senate is acting in concurrent, or the Senate is acting before the House of Rep, what recommendations would they be working with when the House send them to send over to them? So the budget comes to the House. The House, like the lawyer said, it originates from receiving the budget from the President. The House conduct their first hearing, their first debate, their first amendment, and produce the first version of the bill to the Senate. It is in this bill now that whatever recommendation the House is sending there, or whatever amendment the House is adding, or whatever the House is adjusting, then the Senate can review, hold hearing, make amendments and concur or disagree. But for the Senate to leave the budget in the chambers of the House and start holding a parallel hearing is totally overstepping its bounds. It is in wrong coming. It's not supposed to do that as the Senate. I mean, and that's why I'm recommending the 2149 rules. These legislators need to be changed.
Thank you, Paul. We gotta let you go. Your son is screaming. We gotta let you go, brother. We're begging you. Let me bring in Jefferson Chessie. Jeff?
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. And the councilor said it right? But my point here is the Senate and the House of Representatives, in fact, cannot have hearing at the same time on the budget. And this is why you see copies are only sent to the Senate. The original budget is sent to the House of Representatives, to the Speaker. And the reason why the framers of our Constitution gave the House of Representatives that power to start the hearing on the budget and tax bill is because the representatives are the representation of the true people, of the people. They are the ones in touch with the people, and taxes affect the everyday lives of the people directly. Public spending affects the community directly. And the representatives are the people that are directly in touch with the people. So they are the ones who firstly start the hearing on the budget. So the copies are sent to the Senate for them to prepare themselves. So by the time the budget reaches the Senate, it's not new to them. They already have reviewed it and everything. So they cannot start, official hearing on the budget ahead of the representative. So honorability letter was right. The Senate is overstepping its bounds, and it's simply because the leadership of the House is not prepared to lead the country at this time. The House of Representatives, the Speaker himself, does not understand why he's the Speaker of a whole country. He does not understand why he's leading the representative, the people. He's the head of the people. The people are the one that elected the representative directly. So the Speaker until the Speaker stand up and be firm. Look, the House of Representatives will be nothing but a rubber stamp. And it is, in fact, because for a Speaker to come out and say, look, I'm a regime Speaker, that means he's not concerned about anything the executive send there. Once the budget comes, he looks there, he said, oh, my budget will increase, right? The same number that was there, the same number there. He said, yes. I said, okay, so you're saying it. We have no need. But the Speaker does not have any interest in the governance of the country. The Speaker does not have any interest in the oversight of the executive, because the work of the legislature is to have oversight, is to protect the interests of the ordinary Liberians. And the Speaker is not able to do that. He does not have the experience. He does not have the education. He does not have any capacity to lead the House of Representatives. This is exactly what the president wanted. He wanted to be ahead of the representatives so that he can easily use them and do it.
Thank you very much. One minute, let's bring in T. Let's bring in T. I beg you, great, we'll come to you. T, welcome to the show. Let's get you on this budget. We'll talk about you joining the Unity Party later. But I don't know why now, but you explain that later. Let's stick with the budget. What say you? Welcome to the show, T.
Okay, thank you, Stan. I listened very well to all the speakers. I think everybody spoke well. I listened to Councilor Good. I think that the point that he made is very excellent. I heard from him that the budget should originate from the lower house. And the moment that they begin deliberations on the budget, if the Senate wants to not waste the Liberian people time by reviewing it, my understanding of Article 34 is that they cannot make any conclusion.
Sorry to interrupt you. If you got on the Unity Party hat, can you take it off, man? We don't promote.
Oh, man, Stan.
Stan. Yeah. You can talk about your party, but we'll not put our party gears on. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Stan. Okay, I remove my gear. So for me, I have not read Honorability's letter. I will try to read that letter tonight. But I think that the Senate has the right to review for the purpose of getting ahead and saving them time while the deliberation is going on in the lower house. I don't think that is in line with law to reach any conclusion and proceed.
Are they reviewing or they having a full hearing? It's two different things, we're going to agree. reviewing the budget or having a full year?
Yeah.
What are they doing?
Well, what I have heard from people in Belete's team, again, I've not directly followed what is going on in the moment, but what I have heard is that the Senate is reviewing. To do a deliberation and vote and say, hey, where do we stand on it? I don't think that is in line with law, and I don't think that that is what they are doing in this moment. But like I said, I will read. I have a visit to the Capitol Hill. I'm visiting 3 lawmakers on Wednesday. I will try to get clearer understanding of exactly what is going on. But in this moment, my understanding is that they are just trying to get ahead so that the Liberian people work can be done when the budget gets to them officially after the Speaker and the Lower House have reviewed and passed on to them. Not to make any, yeah.
Thank you very much. I beg you, let's go to Greg real quick. Who is speaking? Just hold on a minute, let me go to Greg. Greg,
yeah.
So lawmakers are texting, right? They say, but Greg, you remember, and I will read this directly. They are watching, they are texting. Greg, let me ask you. Maybe this is just about this government, though. But it took us back to 2021. But let's fast forward. During the impasse at the Capitol building, they said, listen, President Vargas sent the budget to the chief clerk, who was speaker at that time. People were arguing about it, and sent a copy to the pro tem. But something different is happening, within the 2 years since President Vargas took office. So are you considering the changes when you put this on the Unity Party government, that they are not following structure across the aisle? It's not because of Richard Kuhn or Prince Moyi won the budget. It's just maybe the will and pleasure of the president because they submit to him. Yeah.
Start on the basis of the conversation. It's very important for the public to understand this. It's very essential. If you read the Constitution, Article 34DR, it says the Senate may. It first says the budget, the revenue bills or financial bill shall originate. That's what keyword shall. It's a must in law. Then it said the Senate may propose or concur with amendments. What would the Senate be concurring with? Or what would they be making proposal to? It's proposal to the document that will be sent by the House of Representatives to them. The revenue bills and financial bills are the only bills that says the Senate may propose or concur. All other bills, the Senate can debate it, send it to the House concur, or the House can debate and send it to the Senate concur. The framework of the Constitution provided that absolute authority to the House of Representatives, that it provided the confirmation hearing authority to the Senate. The framework of the Constitution. They gave the authority of revenue bills and financial bills originating in the House exclusively to the House, and they took confirmation power exclusively and gave it to the Senate. If anyone wants to tell you this, I told you, the House of Representatives 1 or 2 times had decided, look, let's invite the Senate so we can have this hearing together with them. They can come to us, okay, and we preside, so that when we send it to them, they can have much deliberation on the concurrent issue or on the issue of proposal or amendments. Under this government, I see the Senate taking advantage of that courtesy. That is a courtesy. So the Senate now is taking advantage of that courtesy and holding their own separate public hearing, while the House of Representatives is holding a public hearing. That is a contradiction of the Constitution. And Jala said something very important. Why would the Senate be concurring with? Why would they be proposing? The Constitution clear. It said they may. It didn't say the shall. It said they may concur. Somebody argues say, but the budget originated from the executive. You know when you say originate, no, it's a kind of the Constitution.
Great. I would like to keep it simple, great. I really want to keep it simple, yeah, right? And then we'll close on this thing to be continued more. But great though. Honor Madam Salib, lawmakers are saying the same thing needs to happen. Why the representative then today frowning upon it?
Okay.
Let me lay on this, and I'll give you the time to address it and bring the other guys in. The hearing that is taking place in the Senate, that from that I said, from that I were against this, but they are carrying on hearing. They are carrying on hearing, preparing themselves to concur later. They are saying, senators are saying it's not a bad thing. It have happened before. They said, give us a reason that the Senate shouldn't have a hearing. Great. Give them a reason why you think they shouldn't have a hearing. They are not signing on the budget to send it to Mr. President. They are preparing themselves for a concurrence of the House, right?
No, they're playing on voice, preparing themselves as a public hearing. They're playing on voice. They shouldn't behave that is smarter than others. They are.
Is this something new, Greg? Since you've been there, is this something new?
This is something that I know that the Senate does not hold exclusive hearing. While the budget hearing is ongoing, the House decided to invite them.
So is this something new?
That's why I know there's something new for the Senate to take the budget exclusively and discuss and say to hell with the House.
What do you mean to take the budget exclusively?
I say exclusively because they are holding their own hearing with all respect. The House feels disrespected.
The Senate didn't take the budget exclusively. So let me be careful here.
I say exclusively.
No. Wait. I gotta bring in that to Bobla the guy.
Ask me the question. Let me tell you when I say exclusively. I gotta answer it because I gotta play the air on that.
Great. Yeah. You said the Senate have taken the budget exclusively, right? What do you mean?
Good. When I say exclusively, the Senate is not collaborating with the House as the tradition will say. Let's invite them so we can have a kind of a hearing on the one. We send it to them already. They will understand what we're doing. The House will usually invite them. But this time the Senate is saying we don't want to cooperate with you. We hold our own hearing while you hold your hearing. That's why the House is vexed.
Is that what the Senate said?
That's why the House is vexed.
Okay. All right.
Why you think the House vexed? If the Senate were coming to the House and holding a conversation together, the House would not have problem with it. But the House is raising the issue. I think the co-chairman on Westminster Finance also wrote a communication. He flagging an issue that the guys are not respecting us. They are having a separate hearing while we are having a hearing. That's the issue.
But thank you very much, Greg. Dr. Bobla, what are you sensing here? When Greg said exclusively, it's like the Senate went to the House and grabbed the House budget and said we're going to look at it.
I explain what I mean.
I'm just trying to make it simple, Greg. You already corrected, you already simplified, but let me do my own talking here. So I don't think it's exclusively, Dr. Bobla. I think the Senate part of the budget, they copied again. They are doing their own hearing. It says something new. It said allowed that our Senate do their own hearing. Dr. Bobla.
It's unlawful.
CEO, I don't believe that the Senate is what the work they're doing it exclusively. The House of Representatives receive the budget, they do the work. They can have public hearing, they do all those things, and then it goes to the Senate for concurrence. I think what could happen is if the House of Representatives felt like the Senate's work right now is distracting, or they they can just ask their colleagues, look, wait until we're totally done with our work, and then we send it to you, then you do your part, and then we see concurrence. I think it's a simple matter of just leadership and communication. I don't think if the speaker and the leadership of the House actually say, look, guys, stop what you're doing your way. Because the truth is, and I think somebody made a point, maybe it was Karis, some of the people who the House may want to talk about, what kind of money you put here, why you put it here, might be the same people the Senate want to talk to, but then it all happen at the same time. So the House can just say to the Senate, your hole is small, your wait. Let us finish our work. And then y'all can do your own. I think it can work well. But the both of them have to concur on this document. Okay, they have to, for it to become law, for it to go back to the president for signature. They have to know one house has exclusive right to do this work. They must concur.
Thank you.
And I think they can do that just by communicating.
Thank you, Dr. Bobla. Thank you. Vandela, what say you? Close up on this thing, VP. You get your 1 minute, sir.
Anyone justifies that the Senate has the right to invite ministries and agencies to go for budget hearing because they got to prepare their own. So imagine, we got to look at this as governance. Let's assume the Senate start inviting this thing. Okay, they invite the Minister of Finance, appear before the Senate, asking plenty of questions, spend 5 hours there. After 2 days, the House of Representatives say, come to us to tell us how the other area look like. You know what will happen? That's why the Constitution is clear. That is not a justification. The point here is the crafter of the Constitution, they were aware that one group would do the invitation as spending entities, how they spend their previous budgets, how they are going to spend the other money in the current budget. They would document and they send it to the House of Errors. They send it for them to review and concord. They can still go ahead with the hearing. That's why they have the same various committee. They send it Ways, Means, and Finance, maybe public accounts. They can meet and they still review the budget in preparation for what will emanate from the lower house. But if the justification is that they have to invite the ministry and agencies of government to debate the budget and be prepared so that what comes from the lower house, they will have an insight. Why if the very lower house decide to invite the very ministry and agencies? Some of them, when they go to the Senate, it's a whole day. Sometimes 5-6 hours. If you were a minister, you are invited to the Senate budget hearing. From there, you go to the lower house. You spend another maybe 2-3 days. How are we going to proceed? This thing is just painfully wrong. It has never happened, and it should not be.
No, baby, the people say it have happened before. You can say that. They say, "Honor Madam Salif, it happened 2021 on a Buffer Chamber on a Gray. It happened just recently.
I saw the host invited the Senate, okay, as a cornerstone to bring them to have a conversation. So the Senate will not have a separate hearing.
But
the person who did
Federa speaking great way.
No, it's true. When they misinform you, the person not being told.
Yeah, but you have to wait. Yeah, your colleague finish up.
Yeah, so
VP, go ahead.
If the argument is that it happened before, was there a separate hearing where the Senate invited ministries and agencies to the Senate as they are doing now? Did that happen before? That is my question. It never happened.
And again, they are saying it happened before. I'm kind of confused that Gray is saying no, right? Gray, 2021. And since you've been there, have the Senate called all the line ministries and entities?
I've been specific to you, Stanton. And let me repeat. You see, Stanton, we got to say the truth here. The House of Representatives as the leading committee to the Ways, Means, and Finance, usually we invite the Committee on Ways, Means, and Finance of the Liberian Senate to work with them. They preside over that hearing as a courtesy so that when they send the budget to them, and they can know exactly what are the things being discussed from the House of Representatives. That does not mean that the House of Representatives were having their own public hearing, and at the same time, the House having a public hearing. It was a mutual understanding and working relationship. That's what I'm saying. So the person who telling you, I can't be in the House of Representatives holding separate hearing. They know that we challenge that on certain revenue bill and financial bills. Yeah.
Great, listen. Let's talk for our people to understand us. Honor Abache, and Abache himself agreeing with this one tonight. 2021, the same thing happened. And let me tell you now, 2021, they had the same similar hearing, right? The senators had a separate hearing called land ministry and everything. I'm surprised that they are saying that you are saying
if the Senate had a separate hearing.
Let me finish. The only reason why we back and forth with you because you are the only former sitting lawmaker yet. So give us a chance to ask you. They are saying 2021 they had a separate hearing, the same thing, and people came in for the hearing, they discussed, they went back to the house, and then they concur later. Why is this kind of so strange for you, Gray?
No, but as you know, you ask a good question. The person who gave me the information, what I'm saying to you first and foremost, maybe they had a hearing after they got you with it. But what I do know, Abache will say this: as chairman on the executive and Bobert Thomas being the speaker and Thomas Father, I know there was a series of meetings heard between the Liberian Senate and the House of Representatives and the House of Elite. That's why I'm fully cognizant of. Anything short of that, I'm not aware of that, and it should not be. And if it happened, and I was aware of that, it was not going to happen because I was going to stand against it.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that it didn't happen. You wasn't aware. That's fine.
I'm telling you that what I know that happened, I just explained to you. Anything short of that, maybe they did it be in the cluster area. I don't know about that.
Okay.
I will not speak.
Thank you. Then I'll finish up
Yeah,
that.
it's
When that's
unlawful to do
we gotta
that.
allow the other people to close. VP, finish up, sir.
Yes. As I was saying,
And tonight treating VP so nicely. Look how I calling him son. Echo.
that God beating you. But see, on a very serious note, right? Not because it happened in 2021, so it is right. That's the fundamental issue I want to raise. If you did it 5 years ago, it does not mean it was right. This constitution is clear. You see, sometimes people take advantage of certain things. And that's why we need leaders to take responsibility, to be very intentional, to say this thing is wrong. Because if we start like this, it almost like somebody increase all your land. Like what happening now? Oh, let me here can pull my small little here. You know it's not your property. Over time, they do or you claim the place. That's what happening now. If it happened in 2021, it does not mean that it's legit, it's legal. Because Article 34D and R is clear that this appropriation bill or financial bill shall emanate from the lower house. So you cannot be having, ministries and agencies or government, having budget hearing. So my own, I mean, let assume the lower house decide to do the same thing. They invite Minister of Commerce today to go defend the budget to the Senate. After 2 days, the lower house also invite that same person to come to all and can explain. Does that make sense? It's how we want to
Thank you, VP. Let allow everyone to close now. Emmanuel, what's your closing on this subject? A lot of people want to say thanks to all of you. A lot of you joined this budget argument. We're going to bring the lawmakers on tomorrow, some of them, to really explain the history behind this process, right? There's a big argument on my phone right now.
The former speaker just texted me and said it never happened.
Okay. Great. Wait 1 minute. I beg you back. Just wait. You address it. If you say it never happened, you address it. Wait. Emmanuel, there's a lot of back and forth moving here, right? People for, people against, but it's happening. Both groups saying they're going to have the hearing. Are you afraid that, let's put this to the government, that's separate branch though. When you put this on Joseph Boakai and the executive, are you afraid? Is that something happening here that people want to cover up? Is there any transparency in this, Emmanuel? What say you?
Against Stanton, the last budget cycle, the president had the opportunity to send the budget to the Speaker of the House of Representatives. But he sent the budget to a Speaker of the House of Representatives. And most of the ministers of government went to a Speaker of the House of Representatives instead of the Speaker of the House of Representatives. And that's where the whole issue started. Now, the Senate believe that they should originate the conversation since they don't trust the current Speaker of the House of Representatives. I agree with most of the panelists here. Most of my colleagues have stated it very well. And perhaps when Councillor Gu is closing, he may speak to this. Because what I'm reading is clear that this shall originate, financial bills and others shall originate from the House of Representatives, and the Senate may propose or concur to that bill when it originates as they work along the line. So I know that Senator Didham responded to Representative Bidete, but a respectable Liberian lawyer have also responded also to Senator Dillon. I think the House of Senate is called the House of Elders in most countries. And I believe that the elders will sit back, take a back seat, and understand that perhaps certain missteps were made, and they may work with the House of Representatives in order to solve this situation they have at hand. It's something that we should not overflog. Hopefully, the men in the room will find a right and proper way to go by this. As Representative Gray said earlier on, They have always been, I have known that there have always been a committee, a joint committee that is set up to discuss the budget over the years. And I'm sure that these things will be handed over to the joint committee and they will find a solution to it. But I think the Constitution is clear that the origination of this bill, financial bill, should start in the House of Representatives and the Senate may. So that's why I was passed to the lawyer, because the word there is may. They may propose or they may concur with the bill as it passes, as it goes along. Whether they should start a whole setting, a bit for the understanding, that would be important. But I believe that they will meet and find a solution to the situation that they have on hand. Thank you.
You know, I would say, well, if you are betting once, you got to be very careful. What we are hearing, sorry that Greg went off, the people there, they were conjured into that 2024 budget, Jersey, and Richard Quinn ate a lot of that budget. So this time around, they said, no, we got to put our hand, our feet, everything. He said, we don't trust Richard Quinn, right? The allegation that Richard Quinn took some money and buy his 33-room mansion with the advisors. And, those are the issues. The people that are afraid. They're so afraid, Jersey, that if we give this guy the budget again, everything will be in the Liberian people. I don't know whether we can trust them, but that's what we are hearing, Paul Kennedy. These guys, they are going to abuse the budget. They care less. Some of them believe they are not coming back. Every opportunity given to them, 2026, 27, 28 is for them to eat. And therefore, they will do everything to eat. And Richard Quinn is not crying. Anybody hear Richard Quinn crying while people looking at the budget? Who crying? Richard Quinn not crying.
No.
Anybody saw any post from Richard Quinn say you bring back a budget, you're involve us? Let's talk. Richard Quinn not crying. Richard Quinn know that his budget line for speaker, it went up. They may get money. Prince Moyi will not touch it. Americana will not touch it. All that time they do the same. We call no. Everybody telling the director, they say, well, man, we pull $1 million there for you, but 200,000 there for us. Richard Quinn know the speed. At the end of the day, you eat, I eat. You chop, I chop, go back chop. And that's how it is. So Richard Quinn is not mad. But who writing letter? Who mad today? Musa Benedict. Who mad today? District number 4 representative, what's his name? What's your friend in Fumi? Thomas who? What's the guy name? Somebody call him a name. District number 4 representative, Musarado Kante. Those are the people that are crying wolf. Richard Quinn will not cry wolf. Thomas Fala is in it. He will not cry wolf. The Liberian people will be the one to suffer in the thing. The Liberian people will be the one to suffer. The man budget line went up. Deputy Speaker went up. Protest bought one small and put the other one in the other Senate. The whole Senate went to $16-17 billion. So all of them know that they're eating is correct. So whether the executive mansion will look at it, whether the Senate will look at it, you can even carry it to the Chief Justice to look at it. Richard Quinn care freaking key. You know what? They will not touch the chopping. And that's the bottom line. We come here and waste our time and say, who put it there? Who not put it there? Who take it? Who not take it? My friend, my fellow Liberian, Richard Quinn, he's not coming back as representative. He will eat, he will lick, and they will not touch the budget. People that went to budget school on the show here, they can talk budget all they want. They won't care. Paul, Fumi can talk budget all you want. That will Coca-Cola. The people ain't care about Fumi. Article what? Telephone DR, telephone DR2, telephone DR3. Fumi can call all the article. They don't care. Because you know why? Don't touch my budget. You can do all your yama. Don't touch my money. And that's what the guys are doing. But yeah, let me hear you. It's bad for Liberia. It's so sorry for it. It's so painful, you know? And Liberians just suffering in the whole thing.
So, Standard, for me, it's clear that the legislature itself is disrespecting our constitution. It's troubling for our country. And for the president to preside over this form of disrespect, and is not saying anything, it shows few things. One, that the president is presiding over constitutional disrespect. because of few reasons that he's benefiting from it, from the violation of the Constitution. That is clear. So for him to sit and watch that this is happening and he's not seeing anything, it shows that he's benefiting from the violation of our Constitution. And he doesn't care what Rachel Kuhn does in the House or what the Senate will do. It does not concern him. It does not, because there's a complete breakdown of our oversight of the executive. Because the process shows that the representatives should be the first people to review the budget, pass on it before sending it to the Senate. And these processes are in place for particular reasons, so that check and balance are in place, and the process is not chaotic. Because the Senate cannot be hearing at the same time the representative hearing. It makes it chaotic. You know, it brings conflict in the budgeting system of our country. And for the president to sit down and ignore these things happening right under his watch, it shows that he must be having some interest in what's happening. Either he's benefiting from the violation of our Constitution, or he enjoys the Constitution being violated and enjoys the confusion at the level of the legislature for his personal, gain, so that he be able to infiltrate the legislature and control them because they are not in harmony. And this is wrong for our country, because this is why we have three different branches of government for the independence running of our country. The executive, the legislature, and the judiciary are independent branches, coordinated. So these branches should function properly for the proper functioning of the state. If the president cannot ensure that these things are happening, it speaks a lot to his leadership. And so the president needs to address this ASAP, and he needs to help to ensure that the laws are fully followed at the level of the legislature for the functioning of the state. Otherwise, there will be complete chaos, like what you see right now. The representatives are crying. The Senate is going ahead with hearing the budget. So if the Senate passes on the budget, where does it go?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it makes it chaotic, and this is something that the president should not allow to happen under his watch.
Thank you very much, Jeff, for saying. And these are some of the findings. These are some of the things Paul Kennedy. Look at LPRC. Look at Labrador Maritime. Look at the National Port Authority. Paul, just take a read. LPRC, there were inconsistencies. It's very clear there were inconsistencies. Can you imagine that, India reporting 2025 assessment at $5 million and remittance reported at US 799,000. Projection were increased to 11.2 million on the committee director LPRC to submit missing financial statement and level statistic by November 28, 2025. November 28 gone. We have some serious issue here. Look at the Labrador Maritime Authority. Let us go to the Freeport. Presentation was incomplete and lacked required financial document, prompting the committee to request resubmission from year 2024 to 2025 financial statement. The Maritime is near the meeting 2025 assessment of $14 million due to global shipping uncertainties. I mean, we are in some serious trouble, guys. And we will go up, Paul Kennedy. We will come down. Guess what happened? They got in with steal. They got in with eat, because they are a bunch of, most of them, I say all, most of them, a bunch of useless hustlers that know where they can go and steal, but the Liberian people cope up. The guys in there are not reporting. They are not contributing. Then where the money going? Freeport not contributing. They meet people, lawmakers at their homes and in the backyard, getting brown envelopes. My man, don't contribute. Just get my thing every quarter. That's what they're doing. The money that should go to the Liberian people. The allegation that Sekou Dukle and giving it. They must start and giving it to people every Saturday, every weekend. Brown envelope. I'm gonna get my thing every quarter. We make progress. But who would talk? When you're in Labrador, you can't talk. You'll be a centrist. When you get outside of Labrador, then you will be a neutralist. Can you imagine what we're on here? We say on the show whole day, oh, it happened before, it was legal, it wasn't legal. But the fact remains, Paul, the people of Liberia, they are suffering. They are stealing from the people called PAC. They are stealing the children's school fee. They are stealing the older people health care money. They are stealing the pregnant women JFK payment. They are stealing. These are the lawmakers that are stealing the drugs from the hospital. Then you go look for somebody stealing drugs. These are the lawmakers that are stealing from their own people. They think to build bridges. They're stealing it. The guys then take control of the budget because they know what in it for them. Richard Kuhn is nobody. He feeble. He fiamamo. He nobody. He can't question Prince Moyi. He can't question nobody. Americone. He yes sir. Everything they say, you say yes sir. Because you know what? His budget have gone up. He will take some of that money and buy another 33 a bedroom, a mansion for here advisor. And this is a problem in our country.
Stanton is not only the speaker budget that went up. The president budget went up. The vice president budget went up. The pro tem budget went up. In fact, 82% of this budget is only on recurrent expense. Lubricant, vehicles, and salaries. And the country will never get developed. If anyone on this platform who is a budget analyst, I'm not a budget analyst, comes and tell me that this $1.2 billion budget, which they're not going to realize, by the way, and I will come to that. If anyone tells me that this $1.2 billion budget is a development center budget, then you're either sleeping or you don't want to be a realist. 82% of this budget is going on recurrent expense. And let me tell you what's happening in Stanton. They bring the 1.2 billion, they increase the budget of the president, the vice president, the Senate, the pro tempore, the speaker. Those are the people who are going to get the realization of the allocation to. They're actually going to receive their money. And where the budget shortfalls, they're going to recast and they're going to cut money from education. They're going to cut money from during the recast process. The health is not going to receive all the budget they allocated. This is a calculated syndicate to steal from the Liberian people. This has been going on for years. Why are we surprised now? I mean, we're not God dealing with them that we're coming now to the realization that we are seeing what they are doing wrong. But this has been perpetual. If anyone will not get their pay or anyone will not get their budget allocation, the president will get their budgetary allocation, the speaker and all of them will get their budgetary allocation. Those ministries and agencies that will not get the budgetary allocation will be health, will be education, will be EPA, will be those really development ministries that's supposed to help to impact our people. This is what our people call for, Stanton.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Change the legislation. They can hold the president responsible. They can hold the president. They can bring the executive branch of government to power, but they are negating to do that. They don't want to do that because they are in cahoots with the executive branch of government.
And you said it right, Paul. You know what they're going to do next? They go when it reach to the health ministry, the education, everywhere. They'll say that recast. But if you're eating that then I thought they won't recast. But Fubi, let's start, and then we'll bring in our brother Jacob.
Yeah. So firstly, I'll go back to Article 34DR. And I think there are two main misinterpretations, and I've said it, like I said earlier, Article 34DR is not specific to the budget. It's merely about identifying new revenue streams by imposing additional taxes or subsidy. And that's why it's clearly written there. All revenue bill, we wouldn't read and we'll stop it halfway and we'll make it appear like, okay, all revenue bills, whether subsidies, charges, inputs, duties, or taxes, and other financial bills shall originate in the House of Representatives, but the Senate may propose or concur with amendments as on other bills. No other financial charge shall be established, fixed, laid, or levied on any individual
except by express consent of the individual, community, or locality. In all such cases, a true and correct amount of funds collected shall be made to the community or locality.
Thank you.
This is not telling you that the budget should start from the House of Representatives before it goes to the Senate for concurrence. And this also does not tell you that the Senate cannot have budget hearing on a budget. The Senate, the only thing the Senate will not do, the Senate will not pass on a budget and send it to the House and say, concur with us. The Senate has the right to conduct hearing and review whatever points to save time. And that's why sometimes the House invite the Senate to have joint hearing at this, so that they also use that to save time. So when the draft budget is submitted to the Speaker, they also send copies to each representative and senator. So you have what, 103 copies of the budget going to all of them. The purpose of that is for them to all review and prepare themselves to know what's in the budget. So the Senate then decide to have for own public hearing and review all of those points. So when the House signs up and say, look, this is what we have found, the Senate can say, look, okay, X, Y, Z, this is our proposal. Let's review this. They can go to joint hearing and trash those issues out and file a final version of the budget and send to the president for signature. But so you can't say the Senate is wrong. The Senate is in no error. The Senate is not violating any constitutional provision.
Thank you very much, Fubi. We got to close. We've done. Everybody have closed on it. I want to appreciate each and every one of you on this budget issue. I think the bottom line here is the.
I'm close.
You know what? You are right. You are right, Councilor. You didn't close. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So, Stanton, let me go back to I listened to Fubi. I think he overstretched or trying to try to over-explain. This Article 34DR has a period when it comes to other bills. What does it say? Revenue bills, whether subsidy, charges, impost, duties, or taxes, and other financial bills, which includes the budget, shall originate in the House of Representatives, but the Senate may propose or concur with amendments as on order. I hear I'm agree. Other people stopping and George stopping right to propose or concur with amendment on other bills. It doesn't say on a bill that originates. No, the financial bill and tax bill, revenue bill shall originate in the Senate. We define the word originate. So not jump over the definition. That's the key word in this particular clause. Originate. And we define originate. It means it must begin, it must start, it must commence. And that's what we said. If the Senate is proceeding before the House of Representatives, then the Senate will be in error of this particular provision of the Constitution, because the House of Representatives is the one that has the original jurisdiction to start, to begin, to commence budget hearing. When that process starts, the Senate can conduct parallel. In law, they say what is not prohibited is permissible. There's no law here that says the Senate cannot conduct budget hearing. Why the Senate and why the House is deliberating. There's no law. The only thing that the law says, the financial bill must originate from the House of Representatives. So if it originates from the House of Representatives, while they are discussing it, nothing stops the Senate from conducting. Also, the maximum law that says surplusage under the law does not vitiate. Why are you worrying about the Minister of Finance coming to the House of Representatives today and going to the Senate tomorrow? What is your worry? What is the issue? So the point of the matter is the Senate is conducting hearing. It does not mean that the Senate is going to take a decision. The Senate knows that all of the hearing is doing, it must wait for the House of Representatives to pass on that law first. It must come from there. Start from there. It will come from there before it goes it goes to them. That is the process. So I don't see why we are pushing, this whole argument that the Senate is acting in error, especially. So when the House of Representatives have already started it, where is the law? Let me clear. Where is the law that directly say the Senate cannot conduct it? So let me close before you ask the question.
Let the councillor finish. Go ahead, councillor.
Yeah, answer the question.
Councillor, thank you very much. Right
so let me close by saying that the communication rate raised the issue of Article 34DR, but I think it's stretched or tried to misinterpret it, especially so when it comes to the issue of other bills and propose or amendment as to other laws. He did not take into consideration the issue of other laws. When they say other laws, it means laws different from financial, financial, because we're talking about the powers, of the legislature here.
Thank you.
Under Article 34 is the due of the power. So the legislature has the power to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes. Thank you very much, guys. Listen, it's after, hold on, Gray. It's after 1 a.m. Back in your only great and poor candidate in that state. We really got to close the show, please.
Just
say 1 a.m. It's not 1 a.m. It's 12 a.m. Right? Yeah. Craig, go ahead. What's your
just 2 quick points? One, at no point in time in 6 years, from the authority of the Ministry of Finance 6 years, and that of the Speaker, including myself, that the Liberian Senate had ever communicated to the Ministry of Finance to come for public hearing. It's the House who communicate to them, bring them, and invite the Senate. That has been the procedure, and that what happened in 2021. And I just spoke to the former Speaker, Beaufort Chimos, and spoke to authorities at the Ministry of Finance because I wanted to know whether at any point in time they went to the Senate unit actually. They said they have never received any invitation. So I don't know who provided that information. The next thing I wanted to close on is that, unfortunately, Kano is not yet. But the centricity, they're just another Unity Party brigade. Joseph Boyga Brigade, or some apologies.
Well, we're not closing yet, Greg. You got to hold on. We're just closing on this topic. I know you're closing. No, Greg, hold on 1 minute. We got something short to do real quick before we close.
Okay.
Hold on 1 minute. I beg you. Paul, finish up on this.
Yeah, Councillor, let me ask you a question, and thank you for your clarification. But let me ask you a question. If the Senate has the role to concur and record and make recommendation of other amendments to the bill or other financial stuff, is it possible they can do that concurrence while the bill is still with the House of Rep when they've not finished with it?
For the other bill and Senate.
So they said now the exclusivity is given to the House of Representatives to begin the process of financial bill and revenue bills. But it does not stop the Senate from proposing other bills and making amendments to those bills that will be also passed as well, or any other bill that will be passed. It doesn't stop the Senate. That's what it means. But the exclusivity to begin the process.
The financial bill, while they are concurring with it, is that possible? Their role is concurring.
Of course, they can be reviewing.
Okay, thank you.
I'm coming. Of course, they can be reviewing.
They're not one hearing. The chief was the.
Yeah, guys, wait, I'm okay, God. We gotta go, please.
No, that's just semantics.
Yeah. Let's stop this real quick. These people are holding hearing. They are not reviewing. Let's just put that in fact. They are holding hearings. They are not reviewing. But I'd like for us to close on this real quick because we gotta respect. The CEO is back in town, and she hitting my phone. I don't want to go above her time limit. She gave us on spoon. I want to say welcome back, Madam Titi. She had 2 weeks out of the country. It's good that she's back in town. We thank God for safe travel. But I also want to say to all of you, thank you very much for always being faithful on Spoon, guys. It's okay if any one of the panelists on that day they vest because of no understanding, they leave. Left Patrick leave so many times he come back. Can you leave? Left today, he back. It's okay. We here on Spoon. I must say I will get very one day and leave. That the problem will take on the show. It's normal. So you don't worry. We all hear. Sometimes if our Julian call, or we use, some people use Spoon Talk as a conduit to talk to the significant other for the main people that don't know. So you see, kind of leaving because he get a call and Drew watching, he went watching. Who knows? Another Patrick, he does that all the time. So it's not a problem. Okay, so it's okay when they go. You always see them back tomorrow. They were just here on certain time. You know the game. But I will say to you, our brother T. Wonokai Fangado, he ran against Sam Koga, Edith Ganglowe, or our brother from CDC at the time. What's his name? Real quick, your man that ran in Nema County. What's his name? Or Gray? Your CDC brother that ran. Yeru, Yeru, Mark Blair, and all of these people he ran against them. And T. Wonokai Fangado, he didn't win. Sam Koga won. Surprisingly, the men have flipped again. Like Kanyo, like Jacob Jala. The man said at the time, Ray, he got to join Unity Party. So he joined Unity Party. We'll go into it in a very special way tomorrow. But we gave you the time, my brother. Welcome.
Well, he running in Nima, he ran Monserrato. He ran Monserrato.
He ran in Monserrato, he ran in Nima, he now used to let Unity Party. But this time around, he ran against Unity Party. Everything Unity Party is through.
The senatorial race, right?
Yeah, but now President Baga said, I can't see if you don't join Unity Party. So the brother is here. He will be part of our show. I want to say, my brother, you know me, you must have told in the background, you know how I behave. But I got to promote you on this level. Congrats. Thank you for joining Unity Party. And again, we're happy to have you on Spoon.
Thanks, Dan, and thanks for all the time. My name is Fangalo. Dan, I've tried to teach you to pronounce his name. Try. Fangalo.
Fangalo. Wonokai Fangalo.
Okay, so it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much, and I listen. Thank you for allowing me to comment on the budget issue. I will research again to be more informed on it. I think it was a brilliant discussion.
So we'll have you back tomorrow. I know you got so many reasons why you joined the Unity Party. I'm not going to beat on you, to each his own. A lot of people are going to flip-flop. But you're a young man, and you got a great vision. You're doing a lot of stuff in Liberia, we know. But I will keep it because as your own business. But you join the Unity Party. Were you on a duress? Is that the only way the government could have given you that lesson? If you didn't join, I don't want to put your story out, but consider this is what we do on school. Well, again, you join Unity Party, fine. Congratulations to you. I will let it be. If I continue to talk, I will tell everything. So let me let it be.
Clear. In my speech in Ganta, which I sent you the video, I was very clear, and I said that I would not pursue jobs. I spoke on other radio stations earlier today, and I said I would not pursue jobs. So monitor me for that. That's one thing. And so if you ever see me change on that, see what happened, and then we can.
If you mean you will not pursue job, you will not take job under this government, correct?
Yes, I will not be pursuing employment. I will not be pursuing employment with this government for sure. So
but if they offer you, will you accept?
I'm sorry?
If they offer you, will you accept?
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you. You will not be pursuing any job in this government. We agree. But if President Barker offer you, yeah, we can hear you. If President Barker offer you, will you accept?
Yeah, I don't know. Accept the joint working for your country.
I mean, which party you ran under in Monserrato County?
Because every group ever join your life, you put the group apart because it's selfish interest. Ask people this, they will tell you.
By the way, we can hear our brother Fangalo.
Which party the man ran under in
Monserrato? But wait, the man got to answer the question before you come back. Fangalo, can you hear us?
Your Bible.
Fangalo, can you hear us?
You can hear.
Okay, we're Fangalo.
I mean, that's an easy question. Which party you ran under in Monserrato County?
My man, get ready. That's all the time. Looking for a job. Don't pretend.
No, Fagalo.
I think all looking for a job. I'm good there.
Looking for a job.
Fagalo. No, Fumi, don't say Baba, man. It's not fair. The man said, wait. Agaris. The man said he's not looking for a job. He's not pursuing any job. But when they offer you, will you accept? The man said you can't. So
the man wants to give it.
Let y'all. Can you hear us now? Can you hear us?
I'm here. Sorry, my Bluetooth. Great, be nice. I was very clear.
But man, if you look for a job, just be clear. Tell the people you're looking for a job.
Let's be very clear. Everything we say here,
government.
Everything we say,
or not.
It is not in the contemplation of my team and myself in this moment.
When they give you a job, will you accept or not?
Yeah, let them answer. Let give them.
Let's be very clear. I'm on the record on several other radio stations. I said that I did not come to the Unity Party to pursue job, and I will not. Let's be clear. I will not be pursuing job. Now, if 2 or 3 years.
No, wait. Great. The man getting there. Let you answer. Go ahead, T.
If in 2 to 3 years something changed and everybody else who are anticipating positions in government, they are given opportunity and they fail, and based on my education, stand. Let's agree.
No, sorry, man.
Oh man, stand. Be nice, man.
Nothing wrong with taking
Gentlemen, let me professional.
I beg you.
Stand. You gotta mute some of the guys.
Wait. Great. I beg you.
Yeah, you gotta mute some of the guys. I told
you. Don't put him on the B straight. I beg you. Your way. Pagano, I beg you. Listen, my brother. Listen to the question.
Yeah.
You are not pursuing any job, right?
I am not pursuing job. I don't intend to pursue job.
You don't intend to, but if you are offered today or tomorrow, the president gave you the job, will you accept?
Definitely not in the immediate future. I do not. If I were offered a position in the next month, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, let's be very clear. I'm very intentional. I'm very intentional.
Forget about the time. Will you accept any job offered to you by Joseph Yuma Boakai in the next 4 years?
In the next 2 years?
In the next 4 years. He just got only 4 more years to go. Will you accept any position offered you?
I don't think so. I honestly do not think so.
No. You don't think so? No. Finally, let me on the record. If President
I'm on the record. I do not think.
No, that's why you think. No, Fagalo, stop.
Yeah.
This platform is not an other GM platform, my man. I beg you, listen to us. Let's get this
straight.
Yeah. If President Boakai offer you a job, yes or no, will you accept the position to work in this government?
I don't anticipate that. I don't think so. You are demanding yes or no. But everything
you don't anticipate. You have the decision to make. You don't
it's not in my mindset. I came to the Unity Party with a specific agenda that I want to talk about tonight. I was very categorical in saying
you were talking about. I know you must have discussed, but then one question now. If you can't answer, then we are stuck.
The man cannot be forced to answer.
But GM VP now, and I one person can mother we are backing you back. Because I know you're on your way to get out now. You won't find reason say I don't want to put you off, so I beg you. I will not put you out tonight. You get strong internet. You
when you ask me the question, other people are interfering. You have to mute them and give me a chance to respond.
I agree. But go ahead, my friend. Will you accept a job in this government? Yes or no?
I don't think that I will accept any position. I do not think that I will accept any position that is offered to me by this government as the situation is this now. That's not my anticipation. That's not what I want. Let's be very clear. I don't want that. I don't hope for that.
What situation? Yeah, as the situation is now. What situation are you talking about?
There's so many issues of unemployment. Even the vice president himself in less than 2 weeks ago spoke about it. So many people, teachers in this country, salary need to be increased. I'm an activist. I've been suing government in this country for years for things that pertain to public interest. So when I talk about this current situation, ministers, senators, directors of public operations, they make $15,000, $20,000+ a month. While the ordinary people continue to struggle. I am an investor. I'm a businessman that has invested so much in this country. I can survive the way I am. I don't need a job. I'm not going to speak like God, like a perfect man, or like situations have to drastically change. Conditions have to improve for police officers. I'm writing about that. I'm going to court suing government on the issues of accountability and transparency. I got cases in the Supreme Court right now that pertains to justice. I've come to this country to invest. I've come to this country to demand transparency and accountability. The only thing that will be different about my advocacy in the next maybe few years is that I hope that I will have the government's ear so that when there are problems and when I flag them, we don't have to end up in court. That's the only thing that will be different about my activism.
That's the reason why you joined the Unity Party government?
I joined the Unity Party because as an up-and-coming politician, I've been a lone warrior. In 2 elections that Gray talked about, I've been an independent candidate. My team and I came to a conclusion that for our own political future, we need to review all of these political parties and pick the one that best align with our vision. We analyze the CDC, the CDC, the CMC, the ANC. We look at all of them. And we have to pick one that we consider the lesser evil. The Unity Party government is not perfect. There are things that I will be in their ear every time talking about. There are things that need to improve. But in my judgment and in the judgment of my team, we have to pick the Unity Party over the CDC, the ANC, and the rest of the guys for a reason.
Thank you very much. We'll have you tomorrow and you give us those reasons. We really respect you. Thank you very much. You're my second laugh. We laugh a lot in the back and we discuss, so I mess with my man. Listen.
Tomorrow, please pronounce my name better. Fangalo.
You know it would be so hard for me. You're my senator again. It would be hard for me to Fangalo. But let's close the show, guys. I want to say we appreciate you, my brother. For my brother VP, go ahead. You're in Liberia. Dr. Bukla will come next. And then it will be on a word grade.
Oh yeah, thank you, CEO. Let me say a very big thank you to my dear friend and brother. Welcome, my man. I've not seen you, Mr. Fangalo. It's good to see you.
Yeah,
again.
thank you.
I love your quest as you pursue your political future. But CEO, this issue of the Senate starting something that is
you heard that, right?
It should not be construed that because it happened before, so it's legit. If the argument is that they got to prepare while they are with the lower house to submit the budget, and they have to invite ministers and heads of agencies, it will not be a good thing. I think it will be difficult. If that is the case, many of the ministers and heads of agencies, they may not do it like when people work, because you go to the legislature, you spend 2 days, maybe after 1 week, the House of Representatives will call you. You yourself, you'll be very tired. So I think there's a need for them to sit, recalibrate, regroup, and do our work in a way there will be no conflict. But I think overall it was good, and I respect the opinion on the issue of the centrism. I think, like I said before, that resignation letter did not come as a result of disparity in their belief system. Somebody was disrespected, and as such, we understand that somebody will have to come public. But I'm encouraging Kanye to take leadership, to say, you know what, look, political movements and, ideological movements, they are always chaotic because competing interests and competing views, we always lead people to take different land, but as a leader, you got to take charge. But overall, I think I learned a lot from you today, especially Honorable Gray, Dr. Brupler, and my dear brother who just left, Fangalo, in terms of a position. I think it's good. It's always good to be here. And but lastly, CEO, I don't run away from the platform. I can never do that. Sometimes you can throw me away deliberately. So don't. I don't run away from the battle of ideas. But tonight it was good, and we hope we can continue like this. Yeah.
That was Chris. Thank you very much, VP. We appreciate you. Thanks, Dr. Bobler.
Thank you, CEO. Good show tonight. And you know, the conversation around the what's happening with the budget in the lower and upper house. I think what was missing tonight, which I hope those who are responsible for it will pay attention to, is leadership or the lack thereof. A lot said tonight, but it's a leadership thing. You know, if the House of Representatives feels like the Senate is encroaching, the timing is improper, is distracting, you walk across from the rotunda on the other side, you go to your colleague and say, listen, wait, let us finish our thing, then you do your own. Please don't be calling people in XYZ. So it's a simple leadership thing. So we continue to see that. And we as the people should pay attention. Because when we pay these high salaries to people who in simple matters, they allow simple matters to become complex because of lack of leadership. We must pay attention and correct that. So the representatives have the responsibility. They also have leadership. If the Senate work is distracting to you, tell them stop. Won't finish your deal. And then this matter will be resolved. I hope, though, that minus this procedural thing, distraction, that will look at the actual budget. I said at the beginning of the show, the budget needs some tweaking, it needs reallocating, it needs shifting of resources so that after 12 more months, that the president's agenda can really get a big boost, that we can look at one of those pillars, two of those pillars, three of them, like sanitation, and say, you know what, this 1.2 billion that we were looking for, it made a difference, and we feel confident that we can do even more into year 4. If it doesn't, it will be a letdown, and people will start to lose faith in the ability to transform anything. And once people get to that place, then we're in a difficult spot. The lack of cooperation, you know, with processes, people start evading taxes and all those things because they feel like the money is not working for them. I hope those who are responsible for the budget will pay attention, because we got to make this budget people-centered. We got to make this budget impactful, and we got to make this budget a game changer. We have an opportunity, but you can't leave this budget as it is. I've gone through the whole budget. If you don't reallocate, you don't shuffle things and put more emphasis on places where we can see measurable result for ordinary people, it will just be another budget, and it will not be good for the government and the president's agenda. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, Dr. Bobler. Carlos?
Yes, CEO. I will close on a first of the opinion of Garrison Yellow, Councillor Garrison Yellow, former chairman on judiciary of the House of Representatives. He wrote a long piece, but let me just close on this opinion, part of the piece. He responded to Senator Darius Dedon. He says, to suggest that the Senate can effectively co-initiate or concurrently process the budget before the House has finished its work is to legally defy the verb originate. It is not a suggestion. It is a constitutional command. Your insistence on simultaneous deliberation is an attempt to create a concomitant process where the framers deliberately establish a circumstantial process. The argument is that the budget cannot be deliberated on concomitantly, because the argument by the framework of the Constitution is that this particular bill, specific bill that has to do with revenue and financial bills, they must originate in the House of Representatives, no other bills. And because the framework said it must originate, it cannot be concomitantly dealt with by the House of Representatives and the Liberian Senate. That is a violation of the Liberian Constitution, which I subscribe to and which I agree with. And at no point in time, whether 2021, whether 2022, in the 6 years that the Senate had an exclusive hearing on the budget or a concomitant hearing on the budget, while the House was having such a hearing, because all invitations sent to the Ministry of Finance was joined to the House Committee on Ways, Means, and Finance. Anybody who is attempting to lie on that is dangerous. They're trying to find a way to. And even if assuming, which is not factual, that happened, it does not mean it was right. In fact, the Constitution said they may. For the Senate, for the House, they said they shall originate. But for concurrent, it said they may concur, and may legally is not a must. Sure, legally it's a must. So there can be an uplifted constitutional argument whether you even need the Senate to concur. Whether you even need them because it's not sure. There will be a further constitutional argument on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, guys. Let's take the quick break. They've just been brought to my attention that we got to do this real quick.
Are you looking for a top-notch driving school that offers both theoretical and practical training? Look no further than HNC Driving School. At HNC Driving School, we conduct professional driving classes from Monday to Saturday between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. Our program runs for 3 days a week with 1 hour session over 7 weeks. The first 2 weeks focus on theory, where you will learn about car parts, road signs, and safety regulations. The remaining 5 weeks will transform you into a skilled driver through hands-on practical training. Our registration fee is $3,000 Liberian dollars, with tuition set at $275 United States dollars. Payments can be made in 2 installments. 60%, $165 United States dollars is due before admission, and the remaining 40%, $110 United States dollars is payable after completing the first 1 week of practical training. Upon completing the 7-week course, you will receive a driver's license, a certificate, and a letter of recommendation at no additional cost. Come visit HNC Driving School at Boundary Junction on the Japanese Freeway. For more information, call our hotline 0778 563529 or 0886 571 985. Also on WhatsApp at +1 313-240-1145. It is HNC Driving School located at Boundary Junction. Do not forget to check us on Facebook and YouTube. HNC Driving School LLC. A big thank you to Mr. and Mrs. Charles Bensudo Doe Sr. for providing this fantastic opportunity to make driving accessible to the people of Liberia.
Thank you very much. That is Charles Joe, the HNC Driving School. If you have the kids and they reach the age to drive, it would be better that you sign them up for the drive lesson, man. This happen here in school all over. It's a good program, and you want to check them out. Again, I want to say to all of you, it's been a beautiful show. We're going to see you guys tomorrow by God's grace. Keep the faith, keep hopeful, and understand that we are here to inform you. It may not be to your liking, trust me, but at least take what you can take and leave the rest. Other people will take the rest. Till we meet again tomorrow, may God bless you, Brother Fubi, Jefferson Chesson, Emmanuel George, and the rest of the crew. Have a pleasant good night. Nelson, can you come on? Sorry that we went 30 minutes above our time. We'll be here again tomorrow, same place, same station, same channel. And we say God bless you all. Thank you. All right. What say you? The young man. Oh, we didn't get the ANC better to close, right? Emmanuel, you were close tomorrow, right? The man going in La La Land. All right. So I want to say, Nelson, thank you very much. You're going to have a long day ahead of you tomorrow. I always concerned about your Tuesday and Thursday. Yeah. They're budgeting now, the people that are in Zico. You know, whether they will get it, Lunga, they said $364 million road contract. The Abache will decide that one. But you know, Abache too, he's there, you gotta eat. Then you get it, Eden Snow or Oranto, and they all deal. But they've been complaining there, so they say you gotta get there before them. And if the speaker of the project put your answer, then he'll let us know. But the project have never done such a thing, right? The project is very calm. She doesn't do that, right?
The protein is is kind. She tried to maintain that cordial relationship with the media.
And that, yeah, I always hear something good about reporter. But the other speaker, you know, he's a former rebel, so he bring up his rebel behavior. Yeah. And say that?
The speaker apologized though. So
the speaker apologized because we beat on him. The speaker is useless. That's the point. We need a sound-minded speaker that will fight for the people. And if that's the only person by God's grace, God gave her long life and the strength that will remove from that house, that will be the speaker. We told Buffer Chima, if you continue on this, you're not coming back. And Buffer Chima thought it was a joke. And we chased Buffer Chima all the way in Maryland. And we'll bring about the guy that called, and you know, the Maryland speaker that removed Buffer Chima. His name is Anthony Williams. Anthony will call me in the morning, call me in the evening. He will call me. I said, man, we'll remove him. And I said, we'll tell him, Richard Cohn, we'll remove Richard Cohn. Richard Cohn is a problem. But to all of you, Jerry Dubley, that name, they may get problem. Dubley, Joseph Kai is in here. Aliyah Tokwa is here. We had a wonderful show today. We don't want to keep Nelson Colette. Let's see. I think you're having something for me. Let's say opening Nelson. Is there any change left? It's been a while, and I'm thinking.
Yeah, we'll have the discussion behind closed doors. So the hearings at the Senate can be done.
So the hearing will be in committee room.
There's a security hearing.
But you shouldn't kidding me. So you want committee room hearing? Okay, fine.
All right. Well, folks, we want to say thank you for being here with us tonight. It's been a good show. We appreciate everyone who shared the show, who engaged in the comment section, all of you who have just been listening, whether by means of 107.5, Spoon, 101.1, Fabric, or the relay on the different community radio stations. We appreciate all of you for being here with us. It's always good. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow for another great show. Until then, I'm Nelson Colette, and I want to say thanks to everyone. Natana K. Hill, thank you for being here. O.P. O'Neill Johnson, we appreciate you as well from Dole Community. Passcode, thank you. Emmerich Benson Nicole Jr., we appreciate you. Darmore, thank you. Prince Manquedo Jr., we appreciate you as well. Jackson Camo, thank you for being here. Michael Sirleaf, thank you, brother. We appreciate you for being on tonight. And we want to say thanks to Lincoln Morris for coming on as well. And to everyone, the invitation is just to join us tomorrow. Until then, have a good night. I'm Nelson Colette. They will come back. Bye-bye for now.
Right in the south and then Georgia on the beach. On the floor to get your